Mm. Yeah. More people coming in. It's too early. All right. God Sacred Divine, Jasim, El Lari, Saint God. Yeah, yesterday was quite wild. But they already they already announced that like people already headed back over there, Jasim. Yeah, somebody was reporting that last night, Jasim. Jasim said somebody was shot by store owners. God Sacred Divine said the revolution was televised. So Rescue said, I really hope this will make a difference. I mean, it already made a difference. Like I said, there's no one event, for the most part, that's gonna make a difference. You know what I'm saying? It's always about, what's the follow up. Everything has got to be completed. Like you could go to college and get a master's degree, but depending on what you got a master's degree in, and how you apply yourself once you have that master's degree, you know what I'm saying? So like I said, it's about what type of plans brothers got for the day. Like you spoke loud and clear on that aspect. Now you gotta have a clear picture with everything. You know what I'm saying? That was also the issue with nonviolent protesting. That's not just an issue with violent protesting. That was the issue with the nonviolent protesting too. Uh, that people have to have a vision of what it is that they're looking for. Because if you don't have a vision, that's how it becomes easy for you to get, duped in these different deals. Josh Sim said you don't know if people headed out there yet, but we should keep going. The mayor is only talking about one dude being charged, though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See, to me, you know, everybody was saying that the mayor is saying there should be charges and all of this, but it's like, listen, apparently Minneapolis to government. The government apparently, they prepared for all the smoke, rather than just going according to the law and arresting all of these people who have a probable cause on audio and videotape. If you fired them, you've clearly identified the suspects. You got police. I saw some videos that appeared to be the people. People in Minneapolis was at the homes of the officers who perpetrated this murder, right? And there was, you could see like 20 or 40 police stationed in front of his house. So you can say you fired him, but you still protecting him. The taxpayers of Minneapolis, who's letting you know that they want these people arrested, are paying still for these people protection. You know what I'm saying? When, apparently a lot of this can be solved by just doing what we all have grown up to know is justice in America, and arresting these people that you have the probable cause on audio and videotape. Josh Simpson, who were the older cats from the 60s that know this political activism, they didn't really know what they was doing. That's another thing you got to realize. That's something that, in terms of those brothers that you were speaking to last night, the young brothers that spoke on the live last night, that's from out there, that was talking about, what their mindset is on all this. All of the, I ain't gonna say all, but a lot of those people that you saw out there, marching in Selma and all of that, those was college students. That was the student nonviolent coordinating committee. You know what I'm saying? The Panthers, all of them, those was young people. You know what I'm saying? And those people from the 60s, they really only got something to tell you if they learned a lesson. See, a lot of them is so proud of what they accomplished. And not saying that they shouldn't be proud of what they accomplished, but a lot of them are so proud of what they accomplished that they slow to admit that the movement had flaws, you know what I'm saying? Or that, what was achieved, you know what I'm saying, as far as civil rights, it didn't go far enough. Civil Rescue says something had to happen because this happens all over the world. Police are just politician servants. Karuch Ufli, Colombia, we support them, fight for life. So yes, we got some support from Colombia. You know what I'm saying? Apparently the people in Colombia are even looking at this. Smell Good said DC natives fighting back against MPD. Good brother Devon guy said, random riot fact, we found out that white people were the ones who first broke into Target and looted. That's another thing that's dangerous. I think people need to look out for. I wonder, knowledge probably know more about this because he drives trucks. He drives trucks, but years ago, I heard this thing that they was going to be putting RFID chips in, pretty much all consumer electronics, a lot of consumer products, because it was going to make it easier to do shipping. Because then instead of them having to go and count all the boxes to see what's there, they could just drive the truck under a reader, and the reader would read all the RFID chips, right? So say if it was TVs, right? So you're supposed to be carrying 100 TVs. The 100 RFID chips in the TVs would get read by the reader. And then they would know by the weight if, what you was carrying was what you were supposed to be carrying. So just saying, hopefully, that don't end up being a situation with the things, and brothers, because that's definitely something that they would use to twist what happened. You already saw it happen with people saying, you lose your voice when you lose, all this stuff like that. When you twist it into that's what happened. That's a result of what happened. Asiatic mathematics said, was Asiatic mathematics rules and regulations being allowed and enforced while manufacturing his temple. Asiatic mathematics' first rule is to see that he is healthy, social, and a good reader. So Rescue said people cry about looting the store. How much money do politicians steal every day? I mean, that's one of the questions. And, when it comes down to the effect, of the death, how many people are affected when a politician does some of that nature, and the amount of money, where, millions or billions of dollars can be misappropriated, but they get less time than somebody that might, shoplift something from a store. Divine God said the looting is still going on. They broke into another store this morning, so it's already turned back up in Minnesota. So I guess that's going to be the pattern then. The people are going to own the day, and then I guess the police is going to mount their military attack every night. So Rescue said the whole world is watching and getting ready. That's a certain thing. I don't think a lot of original people in America realize. How much the other people, how much other people are watching us, what I'm saying, and looking for our lead. Divine God said, following behind white folks going to get a black person singled out. Yeah, you're right about that. We definitely saw that. A brother sent me a video. I'm not sure when it happened, but it's somebody's filming it on their cell phone, right? And it's a white guy, and he's fighting with the police, punching them. He ends up taking one of their flashlights, beating both of them with the flashlight on the ground, right? Then he gets up, he walks over to the police car, gets in the police car, and drives away. And all of this happens without the police even pulling their taser. So this is saying that to say that, yeah, I'm noticing that difference, in the fact that it's a very diverse crowd, right? And I am noticing a difference in how the police is handling that situation. Like, for instance, when I was seeing the videos of the people in front of the officer's house, it was a lot of it was a lot of white people out there. So that's one thing I think is going to make a difference right there. Is that you got a unified voice saying that we don't appreciate, the how the leadership is handling this. Live phrase came in. Oh, so wait, something is going on in the DMV too, smell goods? See, I haven't even been watching the news. I mean, not for nothing. I kind of stopped watching the news because of the other crisis. But something is going on. Something is going on in the DMV too. I'm trying to get all on the business on here to tell us what happened in LA, man, and a little bit about what the mentality is. Like, I wonder if things have been going on in LA, right, that haven't been making the news. And so, they telling us that, they just riding over this situation, but nah, it could be a long line of things that's been going on. Just like you ever saw the documentary about the Rodney King riots, you know what I'm saying? And they got people on there saying that, yeah, it was the Rodney King situation. But there was a couple of things that was happening, just in general, that the people was getting slowly and slowly fed up. So a lot of these things is just the straw that's breaking the camel's back. Josh Simpson, don't let goofiness cloud messages. All right, we got all in the business. Just came in the background right now. Okay, Spunk Fire. What are you talking about? Oh, May 25th, 2020, after white Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin, so that's his name, Derek Chauvin, knelt on Floyd's neck for at least 7 minutes while he was handcuffed. Yep. So rescue said they are still looting because the murderer is still free. 360 Media. Our power alert. Well, the first thing I would have to say is You said how I feel about these riots. The first thing is that really how we want to classify this? You see, a riot, that's just people, going crazy. You can have a riot after a soccer game. You can have a riot when a team wins the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? To see, when these things start to take on a political nature, when this is in response to, you know, oppression from the people that's supposed to be the leaders, then first of all, we got to look at the terminology we're using and say, is this a riot or a rebellion? You know what I'm saying? Or a revolt? You understand what I'm saying? See, that's the first thing right there. When you see the word "re," that means something is happening. Something happened first. See what I'm saying? Like you have a response. You know what I'm saying? Revolt, rebel. So that's how the people out there decided to speak. You know what I'm saying? We heard yesterday the brother Jasim, he was out there at the scene. You know what I'm saying? Wow. When we was listening to it, it sounded like, high powered rifle fire, grenade launchers, they shooting tear gas, and it was some young brothers that was out there and they came and spoke on the live stream. You know what I'm saying? And the one brother was saying, he got shot in the back. He got shot in the back 2 times with rubber bullets yesterday and everything. You know, Josh Sim said he got shot with a paintball round or something. But the brothers were saying, listen, man, this is too much. You know what I'm saying? At this point, whatever you got to say, whatever you got to do, we have to let you know that we registering our disapproval with this. You know what I'm saying? Because that could be used against you too when you don't say nothing. You know how they say silence is approval sometimes. Silence is agreement. And so you ever heard, when they say sometimes, well, slavery, it was a necessary evil. But, the slaves, they was generally happy. They had families and, they made up songs and they danced and played instruments. So it wasn't really that bad. And, in the end, because our system is so marvelous, the democratic system, and we're so moral and Christian, we freed them. See, you will hear that type of talk. So see, this is, these things you gotta realize, just like I was saying to the brother before, the one event may not be a thing. If you just measure in terms of his own life, you know what I'm saying? You might look at Marcus Garvey as a failure. But because he stood up and was counted in, that had an effect on, all of us right now. What do we got here? Divine God said, Divine God, first of all, I think you read his statement wrong. Yeah, I got a little side rally going on here. all brothers in DC is, man, listen. Yeah, I gotta get on some channels. But hold on, let me catch up with y'all, and then I'm gonna bring all on the business on, because he's in LA. So we get a little bit of the view from LA and what brother's mindset is, man. You know what I'm saying? And then after that, if we could get some people from the DMV to let us know what the mindset is over there, you know what I'm saying? Because like I said, this is being a catalyst for this. But this is not the only thing. Like, this is also about Ahmaud Arbery. This is also about, I didn't see the video of it, but I'm hearing, they beat up a lady in Michigan. You know what I'm saying? I saw some other footage. A girl got shot in Florida. So it's one of those situations where, just like with Emmett Till, Emmett Till inspired people. It was the horse. It was the straw that broke the camel's back. But at the same time, everybody had experienced their own racism. You know what I'm saying? There was other people who knew what it was like to have a family member lynched too. Divine God was saying, even white folks were saying it was a ridiculous murder. So Rescue said, I must need to calm down. But in general, I'm very happy people showed their strength. Born King said, it's crazy. The city of Minneapolis is willing to spend billions of dollars to fix the city. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That, apparently they like it appears that this, that could be simple. However, Born King said brothers in DC was getting busy against the cops. The other AC, Mr. Green one, it was a peaceful protest that turned, Divine God is saying it was a peaceful protest that turned into a riot after peaceful people were attacked by the police. The police hit a man in the head with a rubber bullet and killed him. Yeah, it was a girl that got hit in the head with something. She didn't know what it was, whether it was a rubber bullet or some other type of shrapnel. But yeah, they were saying she was bleeding out the head. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you heard if you was on the live last night, it sounded like Palestine or Iraq or something out there. That didn't sound like America. Not just regular on the streets. Born King said an uprising. An uprising might be a better term to use than riot. Because riots, you got a lot of people just wilding out. You know what I'm saying? Because, look, even the language that we're using is a part of the issue that we having right now. Is what you doing police work, or is it murder? See, if it's classified as police work, then we got to do all this investigation before we arrest you. You have all these extra rights about when, you have to turn yourself in, when you become a fugitive. See, if this is not police work, right? If he had done this off duty, then it would be different. So we gotta, that's one of the first things right there about how I see it is that, even though I keep using the term myself, that's an error. You know what I'm saying? That's something that we've been trained to, the way we've been trained to see people going against authority. That's the way the authority wants us to see it, is that people that is resisting their control are just rioting. But in fact, they're revolting. The Christian came in. God Cyber Devon said, "Who beat a woman up?" I heard in Michigan. In Michigan, they beat a woman up. Like, I don't know what the circumstances surrounding it is, but just like we see with this situation, they first said this brother George Floyd was resisting arrest, but now they said that they have on audio and videotape that he wasn't resisting arrest. So see, even with that, you know what I'm saying? It could just be as simple as he was telling them, "Yo, look, I'm not doing nothing. I'm innocent of what you're accusing me of, right? But you called it resisting arrest. No, I'm protesting my innocence here. But because you classified it as resisting arrest, now you feel like you're allowed to kill me." You didn't get the email? I'll send it out again. I'm gonna send it out again anyway. But check it again, I guess tonight. Devon said, silence can be seen as complicity. See, that's why. Hold on, let's see who this. We got somebody on the line. Let's hope for the best. Because you know how the line gets. It's been pretty good though. Lately, we've been doing good. Peace, caller. Where you calling from? Peace. This looks like somebody from the DMV area. I can't hear you, caller. It's a 202 number. 202 is the DC area.
It's 2:00.
To my knowledge. We can't hear you, caller. I'll call you back in a second. Smell Good said, if social distancing is practiced 6 feet plus, do people get treated like rioters or looters, aka why are you out there? What do you mean? I mean, because I did think about that. You know what I'm saying? Are they gonna blame the looters, or are they gonna blame the people that was a part of this rebellion? Are they gonna blame them for not social distancing and spreading this crisis in Minnesota? That would be crazy. Infinite Satisfaction came in. He said, "What happened in LA?" Hold on for a second right now. Let's get we're gonna get all on the business in here right now to build on us to let us know about what's going on out there. Roger Supernote said, here in Canada, the racism towards us native people is disgusting. You know something? I've seen that, not in Canada, but in New Mexico. In New Mexico, I had to say, listen, and I this is, I saw the treatment that you know what I'm saying, the Native Americans or whatever your name is for them, the treatment that they received, man, was, I mean, it was horrible. Like they literally chased them away from every public place. Like they would just go somewhere to the store, the cops would just come in and run them off. You know what I'm saying? It just the amount of problems in their community from things that it's like, okay, that couldn't have been a problem before Europeans came here because they didn't have that before Europeans came here. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, they've and that's all over. South America, different places, man. And we had a individual come on yesterday, Johnny, an individual named Johnny, from the alt-right. And Johnny said in so many words, Roger, he said, listen, man, the Indians, we already did what we did to them. And, they don't have a big enough faction for us to pay attention to their pain. And he basically came on to, express his opinion on what kind of negotiation there should be between black people and white people so that we can live peacefully. You know what I'm saying? And when I brought up that, listen, okay, white people, you can handle this bill with us, but you got other bills you got to handle too. Because he was saying that we should peacefully separate. And I said that, well, the only way we could peacefully separate is you got to give everybody their stuff back. Otherwise, what? You took my bike and then you're saying we friends now. Now you got to give me my bike back first and then we could be friends. So when he said, well, listen, for black people, we could give y'all the Southeastern United States. And I didn't even think at that point until you just said, like, how could you give us the Southeastern United States when it's not yours if you give everybody their stuff back? But his point that he made was that, listen, the Indians, they don't have a scary enough faction. Like, we're not afraid of them in any way or how they're going to respond to how we treat them. So they already lost. So, yeah, I've witnessed how disgusting the racism is towards the natives. 793rd came in. Quashim said, never let anyone devalue your experience. We got here. Never let anyone devalue your experience. Colored people do not and will not feel any compassion to the original people. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's why I said, those young brothers, I just let them talk. I didn't even interrupt anything that they were saying because, they was expressing how they really see it, And you got to think about that. If we fed up now, you know what I'm saying, and you got people that's 19 and 20 saying that they fed up. Mr. Green one came in. Yeah, Born King, you saw that video too, where they had like a line of cops protecting the homes of the officers. It's like, dude, you turn around, look, you got your back to the house, turn around, knock on the door, and serve that warrant. Serve that warrant, say, listen, sir, is this you right here on audio and videotape? Killing someone? Like I said, that firing, all you did is got rid of your liability. See, like, listen, this happen? This happened every blue moon in Starbucks, right? Somebody come in and they do something racist, and then we fired those people. And we offered them some free gift certificates. That's what the firing was. Mr. Green one said the mayor is strongly urging the DA of Minnesota to charge the pig with murder. Wouldn't classify which murder charge. Listen, I gotta say, man, I don't know if anybody on here has specific knowledge, but what I know is that the mayor is the chief executive of the city. He's the chief executive. He's the commander in chief of the police department. There's no suggesting that you be arrested. See, let me tell y'all something. That stuff that y'all was seeing, even though right now this is of course was taken to another level. But when you saw all that, the way that police was handling black people in New York, dealing with the quarantine rules, that was the mayor said, listen, man, I want those people arrested. See, if anything, it's the DA that he got less control over, because the DA, the legal process is supposed to work independently. The legal process is the judicial branch. And he's not supposed to be putting his finger on the scales in the judicial branch. But having you arrested for probable cause that's on audio and videotape, there's no suggesting. He orders the commissioner or the police chief to arrest that person. So I don't understand, maybe there's maybe there's something unique about New York. Maybe it's something unique about Minneapolis, where I have a misunderstanding of how this works. But I'm telling you, in New York, when the mayor says that person gets arrested immediately. Nine Moons came in. Nine Moons said, so more info came out on that civil unrest. I'm glad I'm doing the knowledge before taking things on face value. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That you gotta, what Quashim is saying, don't let anybody else devalue your experience. Don't let anybody else put the value on your experience and what it is, in general. You know what I'm saying? Don't let them make it what it is, because, just like we was just speaking to the brother who was talking about the native people, you understand what I'm saying? The European, everything that happened in North America is about, exploration and discovery. But to the Indians, it's about invasion and genocide. See, depending on what set of values you have there is what that means to you. And if you let other people classify what you're doing, as other than what it is, then, we still in the same thing, where the whole narrative is coming from the hunter. Real hip hop. Nine Moon said his girlfriend is speaking on his behalf in the media. George Floyd's girlfriend? Yeah, Nine Moons. And listen, I'm gonna tell you another thing, Nine Moons. And if you notice, listen, they're doing this. There's some level of this, right, that's directed at the black woman. There's some level of this that's directed at the black woman. And I don't want to single her out to say she's doing nothing wrong. But see, they understand that the black woman's nature, right, is to nurture life. You see what I'm saying? So, they're trying to scare the black woman into making better slaves out of their black sons. You understand what I mean? Into, transferring that fear onto the children. You know what I'm saying? We had a sister yesterday. She was saying, she's watching everything. She's scared for her son because he's knowledge equality. You know what I'm saying? So, maybe he gets caught up in this situation right here, or, even if he just has to live under this condition, you know what I'm saying? They know that protection mechanism, that nurturing of life mechanism is going to kick in. You understand what I'm saying? And one of the things that lead me to say that, right, is recall the situation in Baltimore You know what I'm saying? It was a situation in Baltimore with the Freddie Gray, right? And the young people was out there, you know what I'm saying, rebelling against that situation. And there was a mother that came out there and, she started, hitting her son and telling him, to leave and everything. And, whatever is their family story, that's their family story. You know what I'm saying? I don't know all their business. But did you notice how much they advertised that, how much they promoted that? You understand what I'm saying? And what I'm saying is they wasn't promoting it because she saved no son. They was promoting it because this is what we want to see happen. We want to see this well-oiled machine work the way we planned it. When we imposed the Willie Lynch laws and rules. Mr. Green one said they had another video from another angle that came from a store in the area that shows no resistance whatsoever from George Floyd as he was being detained and arrested. Right. Asiatic Mathematics said today's degree is also dealing with the laws enforced, so you could tie that in with what's going on. Yeah, we already was tying in, these are the cremators. These are the cremators that after the teachers finish miseducating you and indoctrinating you, right? Then they send you to the police. D. Christian said they're trying to use this time to go to their drawing board in order to find a way to turn this into justifiable homicide. They bringing up past charges for Stephen Jackson as vouched for him. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See, and that's why things had to be registered. You know what I'm saying? That's you ever saw the documentary about Emmett Till? You know what I'm saying? And his mother was on there and she said, everybody was saying that, Joe, you gotta close the casket. And she was like, nah. The whole world gotta see what happened right here. The whole world gotta see what happened right here, man. You see what I'm saying? Because they keep doing this and sweeping it under the rug. And then they say it's an isolated incident. No, it's 1,000-year pattern. A guy education came in. Tech Vision said, how y'all gonna burn down stores, but not one cop got hurt? I mean, this is a question, Tech Vision, I wasn't on the front lines. So I'm not gonna, condemn how it was handled. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, we had a brother that was live on the scene. He was live on the scene in Minneapolis, like right there where the fires was and everything. And what we heard, you know what I'm saying? We saw some visions too. We had two brothers that was there. One brother had video, one brother only had audio. But at the end, what we heard sounded like a war zone. You know what I'm saying? And brothers was out there standing their ground. So, I'm not gonna say they was cowards. You know what I'm saying? And they handled it, cowardly. You know what I'm saying? A guy education came in and said he heard someone die from the rioting. Yeah, there was somebody who was telling us yesterday on the live that a pawn shop owner shot somebody dead. Right there. We got Birdman in here. No justice, no peace. Welcome to the channel, Birdman. Now Moon said all these YouTube videos and news triggers pushing trauma as a commodity. Oh, absolutely. And that's old school. I don't know if you recall. See, the news business is not doing as good as they used to. But at one time, they used to have a saying in the news business: if it bleeds, it leads. Meaning that if it's some type of violence, some type of thing that we can scare people and cause an outrage, then that's the lead story. So that's why you never hear good news in the news. Mr. Green once said, wisdom is necessary for an existence without fear of the devil. It guides and allows he or her to determine how to eliminate unrighteousness and build righteousness so that one cipher is complete. The Divine God said, gather up all your stuff, your people robbed, pillaged, and stole since the mid-1500s. Give it back to the natives, pack up and get back. Hey, man, we'll see, Mr. Johnny, he said, because that's the discussion we had. Like, Johnny, you giving us this land. Look, Johnny, we want cash. We want cash, Johnny. Right, smell good. Say, gotta have the ability to take the best part of the viral news and filter it through your wisdom. So Tech Vision said he's from South Minneapolis, and most of the people turning up is white people. Well, I mean, most of the people in Minneapolis is white people, though, right? Like, of the black people that's there, what would you say is the percentage? Like, whatever's the black population in Minneapolis, right? What percentage of that black population would you say is involved? Not necessarily just being out there on the front lines, but in whatever ways. Like, what kind of politicians represent this area where this happened, or what kind of politicians represent the black people in Minneapolis and what they saying? Hey, God said there's two different justice systems in America. We all bear witness to that. All right, Blair and Snotty, that was who called in from DC. He said he sent me a clip of the Minnesota incident, so I'm gonna check that out. D. Christian said, the mayor talking that good talk. I feel your pain and plight. No one arrested even after 2 days of uprising. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it seems like smoke and mirrors. The Oscar award goes to mayor of Minneapolis. Jasim said the sister gave him a number to call to contact the offices that matter. So I guess this is to contact the kind of, political structure or whatever to get somebody, aware of how the people is feeling. 612-324-4499. 612-324-4499. I suppose that's the number to, somebody in the political apparatus of Minneapolis. Smell Good said the definition of resistance, who's defining it? What is that definition? Is it vague, aka some discretion is left to the enforcer on duty? Right. You know what I'm saying? So, when we say resisting arrest, one thing you gotta realize is this, right? If you're not shuffling to some degree, right, as a black man, you're resisting arrest. Like, as soon as they say something to you and you don't respond with fear, you're resisting arrest. And that's a training in an indoctrination that they have. Whether you want to say it's true or not, here's the bottom line. If you remember yesterday when we was talking to Johnny, right? Remember when he said that, black people are stronger and more athletic. See, this is a mentality that the white officer brings into the police academy with him. And then in the police academy is reinforced that you got to watch those black people because they resist arrest at a drop of a hat. So you got to look for any signs of resisting arrest. You raise your voice, if you stand up straight. These are different things that we've seen over time be used to say, oh, well, that happened and then I feared for my life. So it's already vague going in. Because fear, you know what I'm saying, is, especially when you talk about a situation, you told me you were scared for your life while you had the man down with your knee on his neck. And I mean, not for nothing, you could see the look on his face. He looked like, he was doing the right thing. He looked like that's how he felt. Like he couldn't wait to get back to the station house to tell that story. Probably he had to put that nigga in line. Infinite Satisfaction said, it's true they are afraid of the black woman raising strong children. I just did the knowledge to this documentary on the Atlanta child murder. Sisters had the system shook. Yeah, that was another bugged out situation, man, where, that's like a whole other thing about how I heard that some other people was responsible for that and they kind of shifted it off. But that's a whole other video right there. Oh, the Sean King. Yeah, Sean King is a little bit of a character too. But I guess if he got this number, Sean King, Justice for Floyd, 612-324-4499. Smell Good said, question, what effective means of revolting do ages 13-36 know? Is it the same as approximately 28 years ago in North America, aka their parents? According to the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, there is no other way. That's what the Declaration of Independence said, that, listen, man, there's no other way to deal with tyranny except the rising up of the people. That's what's what is it, the Second Amendment? That's what it's all about. Freedom of speech, the Bill of Rights, that's what it's all about. Is that there's no other effective means to deal with tyranny. Agar said, dealing with today's degree, the doctors is the medical and health institutions, the ministers is the educational institutions, the nurses, the media, and the cremated is the legal and law system. So Rescue said, I just spoke to a 66-year-old Dutch guy, and he also supports you guys. He said he cannot understand why you don't gather together and kill 50 guys. Hey, man, listen, I guess the outrage is across the board. You know what I'm saying? The outrage is across the board. But like I said, that's something that I don't know if black people in America realize, how many people are waiting for them to make a move, man. Not like you sitting there waiting with popcorn, but listen, man, you guys lead the way in certain things, man. Jigga 1017 came in. So Jigga 1017 said, I don't understand how cats expect 6,000 years or 400 years of historic behavior to be dissipated within 157 years since slavery or 55 years since civil rights. I mean, I wouldn't even put those numbers on it because, like I said, we spoke to a cat yesterday, Johnny, right? An alt-right guy, and he was speaking Johann Blumenbach concepts. Like he was speaking 18th century scientific, 19th century scientific theory. And he's a young guy. He's alive right now. Hey, ain't nothing stopped 157 years ago. Ain't nothing stopped 55 years ago. What happened to George Floyd, is the same thing that happened to the brothers since we came in tune with them. So, I mean, yeah, it's historic because it's been going on that long, but it's not historic in the sense where you're saying like, oh, well, since then, there should have been change. No, ain't nothing changed. Except the names that they put on the things that they doing. Escape from the plantation. What was the word for that? Escape from the plantation, resisting arrest. That's the only thing changed. Jasim said people want justice, not bloodshed. See, that's what I'm saying. When you keep the mindset, when you keep the ideas out there, now that you let them know. You gotta see, now let's are you ready to discuss what's going on? Oh yeah, Ilhan Omar is out there, right? So what did all right, so he said Ilhan Omar spoke out. Haven't heard anything from Keith Ellison. But yeah, Ilhan Omar, she would have to speak out. And that's it. Oh, Bobby Joe Champion, Nikema Levy Pounds was out there on the first day. Because remember it was that black woman that she was a politician and she kept coming out to the protests in Ferguson. And whenever she was speaking, they had to shut her mic off because she was too, direct and to the point. Jigga 1017 said, after the Malice Green incident in Detroit back in the 90s, I realized that damn near all brutality cases will walk unless you charge manslaughter. Cops will always use fear and self-defense to walk right because it would be hard to prove the intent or the premeditation of it. You know what I'm saying? Where I think a legal precedence needs to be made, though, is in the fact that you have extra liability because of the oath that you took. Meaning that right now, if a child is at home sick, right? and the mother gives it the wrong medicine. That's a tragic accident. But if you're a doctor and you do that, you're supposed to be, you're supposed to know a little bit better what you're doing here. Hold on for a second. See what's going on. Peace. Yeah. Yeah. Well, now I'm not gonna be on that long. What's the deal? What you up to? Well, you know what? Head home because I got something to pick up. Where we gonna have a lot of fun tomorrow. I bet. I bet. Peace. So yeah, but to me, because look, it's the same thing, right? When for instance, they use this if the cops kill somebody, right? And we protest that, then a lot of times they say, well, why don't you protest black on black crime? See, first of all, that crime is being committed by criminals. It's not just being committed by everybody in the black community. It's being committed by people who they didn't take an oath, but they live by a code where we don't follow the law, as opposed to you who took an oath to uphold the law. See, that extra responsibility there is not added in. See, for instance, look, suppose you had a teacher, right? And the teacher got caught molesting the students. And then the teacher said, well, listen, you don't say anything when the students have sex with each other. Yeah, but you here in a little bit higher capacity, you got a little bit more responsibility with how you conduct yourself. So, but yeah, I definitely see what you're saying, though. I definitely see what you're saying, Jigga 1017. So Josh Sims said it's another brother who's a politician out there who hasn't made a comment. I mean, and this seems like a no-brainer. Like this is a softball right here. Like you could just pile on. Clearly this guy was in the wrong. You could just pile on right here, make it look good, get some points for re-election. I don't understand why you wouldn't say anything. Like, what is going on in Minneapolis? Some might get exposed here about what's going on in Minneapolis, man. That's crazy. D. Christian says psychologically, colored folks have an embedded fear for original people based off their misconstrued view of reality. And it plays out in incidents like this and other similar ways and actions. So let's bring all on the business. Let's bring all on the business in now to give us a little firsthand knowledge about what's going on in LA.
Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, man. So out here, it's just like a sleeping giant. It's quiet out here, but that thing that happened yesterday, that was on the 101, close to the 101, and that was an active crowd, man. Did y'all see the Did you see the footage of the dude that jumped on the car, on the cop car, and then the cop sped off with the dude on the hood, and he fell and hit his face on the ground, and bro, it looked like he died. I don't know if he died, but he was definitely unconscious. It was wild out there.
Man. So this is really, this is a situation, man, where you see that, the cops have a much more us versus them mentality did any of this serve and protect the public? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, see out here, the sheriffs and the highway patrol are highly organized, like highly organized. So, you know, it's just, to me, it's about to really turn into a lot of it's about to be real violent soon. It's everywhere. I mean, because people are getting hurt. Like, this ain't like a protest where it's like, remember the last protest in Charleston where that white dude had ran through the crowd with the car? Where
Yeah.
it's like the police is about to start doing stuff like that. Like running through crowds with cars, you know, just doing violent acts, man. I get it, man. They out of control, man. This is you just gotta be careful right about now. Here. It's quiet though. It seems nothing's happening. Like if you know, when you just drive around, you can still get money. Everything is still moving. However, you know, at any given time, it's just, you can just feel it, man. They feel like they about to shut the city down. Especially with the quarantine. They already saying stay in the house.
Already. So rescue. So see these people, you got people around the world, man, that have been through a lot. So rescue said, if you ever have to fight the riot police, that the tactic is to take balloons and fill them with paint and throw it at the cops so they are blinded and have to take off their helmets or move back. Works on water cannons also. This when you know it's here to stay. You know, that's when I knew certain things were serious. Remember when it was a situation going on in Ferguson and people, the Palestinian people, were sending tips on how to deal with you know, riot police or whatever. You know, how to deal with tear gas and all these different things. But that was so. How did that get started though? Out in what was going like? How did that?
It was over the. Look, man, this is what I think. See, the other brother had just got killed before Memorial Day, right? Memorial Day comes and everybody from LA is in Vegas partying. You feel what I'm saying? And it's like now, after Memorial Day, this thing happens. And now people is like, oh, they rioting, but I don't think it's not a genuine revolt. I don't think. I think it's just like a lot of things is happening because the government or whoever agency is putting people out there to cause this commotion during these protests. When you go to these protests, they start off peaceful. People just out there talking, you know, smoking weed or whatever, and then something jumps off. It's an agent out there. You know what I'm saying? It happens every time. So it's like there's no way to really genuinely protest out there. So I think it all started from somebody saying, let's go on the freeway. Like, I think that was some agent stuff. I don't think that was, you know what I mean? Like, they was on the street. They was on Temple Avenue. They was on the street of LA. And then they went onto the freeway is what I'm saying. And Highway Patrol came out and they started busting the windows. And then somebody ended up getting seriously hurt. And it wasn't the police. So I think that was definitely.
What was the initial reason that the crowd gathered though?
The officers murdering George Floyd out there in Minneapolis. That was the main reason. Right. It was a social injustice meeting. Like, from what I heard, like, it wasn't even like it was a protest, but the police came out and said, that it was non-peaceful before it was non-peaceful. Like the
Right.
police were telling them to go home before it was even a commotion.
Well,
And
God.
that's when people went onto the freeway.
Oh, all right.
You know, that's what I'm saying. So it was somebody out there when the police was like, oh, they was like, yeah, okay, you know, somebody riled up the troops out there.
The divine
That's
God
what
was saying that what sparked off everything take a turn in Minneapolis yesterday was somebody got shot in the head with a rubber bullet.
wow.
Yeah. So out there, they not just you know shooting to have people respond to the sound because you know a couple of people told us they got shot with paintballs and rubber bullets. And when we was
Yeah,
listening live, there was a girl that got hit with some type of shrapnel or something.
I was listening.
Our chief came in and said they do have professional protesters that look for reasons for trouble. Yeah, there is well, you know, there's Black Lives Matter already. You know, they pretty much protest all over. But yeah, you got like those anarchists. Did you notice any anarchists type people in LA?
I wasn't really out there with the crowd. I was looking at footage, like all the footage I've seen, like up close footage, and then footage from the news, like footage before it got edited. I saw some footage that was like live. They couldn't even edit it. Like I
Right,
told you, the officers were in a crowd. It was a highway patrol officer in his car driving down the freeway, and the crowd stopped him, and he tried to go around, and they started busting his window, so he hit the gas. And somebody jumped on the hood of the car. He kept going and swerved a little bit and threw him off the car. And my man whole face hit the ground and he just laid there. You know what I'm saying? And the police got off. And then it was another officer that was right behind him and they bust all his windows out. And he, you know, they got out the way because he was going to run people over too.
so has it been any like have they identified these officers? Or
No, sir. No, none of that. The officers, you know, the officer that threw my man off the car, the highway patrol, none of them have came forward. None of that. You know, it's just they were out when that happened. It was a riot squad already on the streets of LA. So it was like they were already, you know, when that happens, they not even liable for the crimes they commit, like in the middle of a riot. Like when they start billy clubbing people, like one cop might billy club 5 people. You know what I'm saying? And then he's not held accountable. These people got, you know, stitches in their head, but this officer, he ain't finna step up to the place and I'm the one that did this to him. You know, nobody's held accountable in those riots.
yeah. So it appears that all of these cities they're prepared to stand on this type of response. You know, I wonder how much of this response, right, was kind of like it was designed to handle like this crisis situation because you know we under the quarantines and everything like you know there's a readiness to kind of just stand behind the response to this thing. You know what I'm saying? You know, like we was discussing earlier, how it's like, you know, it apparently this could be over. You know, this could have been over by them just arresting the guys responsible.
Period. So
You know,
I was watching the news last night, and the Minneapolis mayor, he was like, you know, the officers should be arrested and all that. Just like you said, the mayor is really the chief, the real chief of police in the city. And the mayor, see, it seems to me that their office, like That's like the real Ku Klux Klan office. You know, that's a real Klan office. That whole city, and it's just been under wraps. You know what I'm saying? They've been keeping it low key, and now all of a sudden, this one dude did one thing to mess it all up, and now they're exposed, man. I can see through it, man. They all be wearing the white hoods, man. Especially the man. You know, he's the leader. He had to distance himself. What happened? Because you know they have a long term goal, and for one person to that, they're not gonna allow that. They don't allow one apple for the bunch. They're gonna throw that apple out. You know what I'm saying? To keep their plans going. So that, you know, they get on the news and real apologetic, and man, the man needs to be arrested. And really, it could be a arrest. I mean, everybody, all of them need to be arrested. I don't even know what to say, man. It's, you know,
Yeah. See,
I'm
to
lost for
me,
words.
the paramedics need to be arrested too. Or whatever the penalty, because see, that's not the you know, when once they got there, they dragging them on the floor. You understand what I'm saying? You know, and I didn't see, like, you know, when you, I mean, he appeared to be in distress while the dude was on his neck. Like, you could see how it went from him yelling to him being unconscious. You understand what I'm saying? Even when they saying that he died later, I'm like, dude, when y'all picked him up right there, he appeared to be dead. You know what I'm saying? Somebody was saying he was bleeding from his nose and all this. So I'm saying, when they got there, I didn't see them administering the type of help that you're supposed to somebody that's in distress. Like, even how they left them cuffed, they were supposed to say, look, you got to take this off. You could recuff them to the bed or whatever, but right now we can't, you know, that's not a part of their listening to determine, you know, for what reason you came in here for, you know what I'm saying, or whatever reason we got to help you. Do we help you like this or we help you like that? You know what I'm saying? You know, the Asian guy, you know what I'm saying? You participated, because when people attempted to assist him, right? You physically restrained him. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said this firing, that's, you know, you didn't, you know, crash a cop car or something. You know what I mean? This is not, you know, your uniform was dirty, so you got fired. The law is supposed to be the law of the land, not the law of the cops and the law of, you know, the rich people and the law of the black people and the, you know, the law of every different community. Jay Constant said, cops are just straight psychopaths. America is the Wild West. Gun crazy, scared, nervous, trigger finger, psycho cops. Yeah, you know, one thing I heard suggested before, man, is that, you know, some of these cops, like you said, when you know, whatever it is, whatever, you know, even the people who want to support them and say that there's good cops, like, listen, you got to rotate them or something. You know what I'm saying? Because if in their mind they feel like they're in war zones and they feel like it's all this crazy stuff going on around them, you know what I'm saying? They need to leave. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, in the army, it's only a certain period of time they're supposed to have you on the front line. You know what I'm saying? Because the trauma is building up. So I'm saying, like, if things is happening, because that's how, you know, the police, I'm talking about, this is their spiel that they always give when they kill somebody. Well, you know, the police are under all this stress and they're risking their lives every day. And, you know, we have to give them a break and understand, you know, it's, well, look, let's give them a break and say, look, you go over there somewhere else for a while.
Maybe come up with the, I was thinking, we need an act. Like, they be having all these acts, like the Trace Act. Like, we need our own act for all the things that we have an issue with these people. Just, yo, we got this act we up with. We about to push it. We about to get it voted in. You know what I mean? Like, and if that's and they still don't act accordingly, right? Say you pass the act, still doing the same thing. Then what do you call this right here, God? There's certain things. It's like I think heavy about this. Like, what do you at the end of the day? What do you call this? What is the result of these people that are acting like this in this world, man? That's what I'm
Well,
saying, man. These people is doing the most now.
a lot of it, is what we was talking about earlier. It's just the propaganda of how things is described. You know what I'm saying? Like if this was Russia or something, right? Then they would say, Putin sent out the security forces, you know what I'm saying? The peaceful protesters were fired on, tear gas was used, you know what I'm saying? Against peaceful citizens that would just see. But the way when you just say, yo, they had a riot, and it was looters. You know what I'm saying? Or even recall when it was Katrina, right? The white people that went to the stores, right, and got stuff, they called them survivors. But the black people was looters. So at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, I mean, when I was as far as calling them rioters, I was in the sense that they were being enticed by a force outside of themselves, even though they already had the fire inside from things that's happening in the society. Somebody went out there and was guiding the direction of the people, which made them start to do riot things type of thing that fall in that, you know what I'm saying? Actually revolting. Like if you gonna revolt, like yo, then why you running away from the officers type of thing? Like they went away from the officers. You know what I mean? Like they were freeway, but the way patrol looked like they were like bullying them, trying to like, how you going through the freeway was blocked full of people? You know what I'm saying? That's the thing I'm saying. How would you bring cars out there? It's like it's manufactured in a, with the propaganda as well. They showing certain things. They don't show anything good. They show us all that stuff. So the propaganda is weighing heavy on the situation.
So D. Christian said Asian cop was sued for $25,000 and placed on leave for 1 or 2 years. Came back and got right back to the program. Yeah, see do the cop put that information out? You know what I'm saying? Like they put out, somebody's criminal record if they have any. When they kill you. Frickety, welcome to the stream. Frickety said Minneapolis Fire Department released a statement yesterday that Floyd had no breathing and no pulse when they arrived on the scene. CNN is trying to say he died an hour later. Now, look, Frickety, that's what I saw. That, not be wrong, you got all different types of clinical definitions and medical definitions of death, and I understand that part.
Right.
But yeah, he was clearly in distress, and it looked like they just put him on the what's the name, and that's where it cut off. I didn't see where they rolled him off to and whatever happened, but I'm saying, I didn't see them putting no oxygen mask, no CPR or nothing, that's supposed to be a protocol. Regardless, when you see the person injured, you got to handle that first.
Mm. Yeah, man. Yeah, I don't. He never woke up. He went unconscious, and your heart's still beating even though you unconscious, but he never woke up. He was probably in a coma at that point. He was probably in a coma because the officer put his knee on his jugular vein.
Mm-hmm.
You got to realize my man jugular vein is being smashed between the concrete and his knee. All the blood. That's why his blood came out his nose, because that's the blood from his brain trying to get to his heart and pump properly. So my man lightweight seizured up and all that and went into a coma, except they had so much weight on him, you can't see him shaking or nothing. Like, cause when man, I'm telling you, man, that's he never woke up. No, he never woke up, man.
Shaquem said the cop had his hand in his pocket while his knee was on the man's neck, so he can't say he was struggling. And the Asian guy had his hand in his pocket as well while watching the crowd. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You just standing there, calmly, and that's my point. Is that in all of these situations, I've never seen where the other cops said, "All right, that you got it. That's enough." See, that's the part that I'm saying, that if you do that, then you're not good. You're not gonna make it through the academy.
Well, the ill part is they took him off the camera too. That's what it looked like to me when they pulled up. Right, it looked like from the angle he was just the officers could see the camera. They was probably like because when they grabbed him, they instantly just moved him away from the camera. Like, they didn't look at the camera, but they just walked him away. Like, why didn't you frisk him? Right, it was a wall right there. Like, what? You know what I'm saying? Why you have to take him anywhere? When they stop you, they say freeze, and you stand where you was at.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when I was watching the video, it was wild. It was wild. It looked like they wanted to murder that man.
Yeah, Chief made another point right here about, right now, if you look on the news, they're talking about protesters in Hong Kong. You know what I'm saying? And the way they report in that situation is that, the repressive Chinese government is repressing these freedom, and justice-loving citizens. You know what I'm saying? I saw an interview one time with Putin, right? And they was asking him, they was like, what about all these people, you know what I'm saying? And, you have these people in jail because of this, you know what I'm saying? So Putin was like, yeah, they're in jail. I'm saying they rioted, they destroyed property, they're in jail. So they was like, yeah, well, why'd you lock them up? And, that's not right. And Putin said, listen, man, they destroyed property.
It's 3:00.
They got arrested. You know what I'm saying? I really don't. They got arrested by the people in their local area. You understand what I'm saying? I'm the president. I don't really have time to deal with that. But some he pointed out. He said, if you notice, when you see the footage of those protesters, that's the only thing that's happening. They getting arrested. You don't see tanks out there. You don't see tear gas and rubber bullets. You know what I'm saying? But it's all in the way that it's reported.
Yeah, they had 3 helicopters up last night.
Mm-hmm.
They had 3 helicopters up last night throughout the city. I just know the freeway that was on, that wasn't. If that was on the 10 freeway, that would have been a heavier statement. That 101 freeway, that's busy, but that's the Hollywood freeway. If you hit that 10, to shut down the 10 freeway takes a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. That the call on the scene was code 987. So they saying that according to the official documents about the incident, that they are saying he was dead on the scene, but like you're saying, they reporting that it happened later. Because see, that's a whole level of liability right there in terms of what Jigga 1017 was saying in terms of, you know, what they could charge a person with.
Well, he would get charged. I think he may be able to be charged with first degree murder, because what you got to do is, see, the thing is, you got to get in his cell phone records and all that to see if he has any prior contact or any prior contact with this officer or any history, because if he does, then it could be called premeditated homicide, man. Like, it looked like they was looking for him, man. You know, just from the camera, the way they took him off camera, and then all four officers. How do four officers kill one person? Not one of those officers would say, "All right, that's enough. Put him in the car. That's enough. He's good." You know what I'm saying? Like, not one of these officers. People talking about good cop, man. There's four officers right here. Usually it's like one cop, and then they wait for the sergeant, you know, because you got to wait for a backup before you can even search somebody, right? So they wait for the backup, and then maybe like one or two officers, and then 3 or 4 officers might pull up too if you really messed up or something like that, right? But I'm saying, how is it 4 officers on the scene already? That's what I want to know. Like, maybe it didn't happen like that. Maybe it happens, you know, maybe it was a whole long altercation. But evidence has to come out.
Did they ever say what the original call was? Like, what did they?
They said he was. They said they were originally investigating him as a suspect for fraud, right? I guess
Fraud?
either, you know, some petty fraud. Whether if it was dealing with these little plastic cards or with fraudulent money, I don't know. But I just know that's what the report said. Like, it was just, you know, they were investigating him for fraud. He was at one of these stores, and then he wasn't, you know, had none of that, and that's how that all happened.
D. Christian said it was forgery. So over forgery, there's no altercation, and he ends up on the ground being choked out with 3 cops standing there watching. Wow.
He commit forgery. That's what I'm saying. It's at least second degree.
So
that's not manslaughter.
Smell Goods just brought up a point right here that in terms of him having his hand in his pocket, you know, they might try to flip that to then that shows it wasn't excessive force. And that's the type of thing they do. I heard it's a situation where because he had his hand in his pocket, you know, they could try to flip that in terms of his lawyers to say that means that it wasn't excessive force. Rickety said, I have no intent on making this political, but it is a fact that the Minneapolis Police Union created Cops for Trump shirts for October. Rickety said,
hold on, man.
Rickety said he's in Minneapolis and he was there last night too. So, you know, what's the perspective from your angle in terms of what happened? You know, what do you think caused everything to boil over from just a protest to, you know, kind of full out revolt like that? You know, we heard from Divine God, you know, what he heard was the real catalyst in that. Jay Constant said, in Europe, we look at America like a cartoon. Just only look at the orange man. It's bad, real bad. It looks like end times are real close. I mean, we definitely seeing the end of some errors. Some things that ain't going back.
Excessive force means when you exceed the force, you know, amount that you need to diffuse a situation or to protect yourself or others from harm. The man was in cuffs, belly down. Okay, he is no way he can harm anybody. He can't even spit on you. You know what I'm saying? Like if they would say, well, he could have, I mean, he can't. He's face down. He could spit on your shoes, but if you stand, he can't spit on you. You know what I'm saying? So there's no way, even with his hand in his pocket, unless that's some type of presence, he'll never get that in court. If they take it to court, police get found guilty. It's just he's only gonna get like 8 years.
Mm.
The dude that shot the kid, the young man in Chicago on the road. The dude in Chicago, he was wild, and you know the police jumped out on him and shot him 16 times while he was on the floor. Shot him twice or 3 or 4 times while he was standing. My man fell, and then he emptied the clip. Then this clip, and his partner stopped him, and they arrested him and charged him for the murder, second-degree murder, and they, you know, it was overkill, and they gave him 8 years.
Mm.
Shot this man on the floor like 13 times on camera. Hold on camera. You could look this up. The camera, God. That's what I'm saying. 8 years.
Yeah, that's what they had with Diallo. They were showing how there were certain bullets that the trajectory, it came in from like the bottom of his foot and traveled up his leg. You know what I'm saying? So it showed that he was laying on the floor when they were shooting at him. You know, but nobody got time over that.
Right.
Yeah, smell good. We have been getting a lot of new people. In fact, yesterday, uh, that was the first time I got 1,000 views in one day on a video. But yeah, there's you know, welcome to all the welcome all the new people to the channel. Jasim said maybe front punks are carrying out kill capture warrants.
Yo,
Came
in
in.
some states, the Supreme Court precedence is that officer of the law, his word is bond in court.
Right.
No matter if you have anything to say or not, his word is bond. So if he shows up and he testifies, if officers in certain states, if officers testify, they use that as verbatim.
Yeah.
So it's like if they say I was scared, and you be like, yo, what? It's on camera. I was scared. His word trumps the video. This is Supreme Court law. Shit crazy.
We got Wise saying King Shot came in. Rashawn said a man kneeling on a man's neck for 10 minutes is excessive. Yeah, that's, you know, clearly that was Frickety said, I think it has been a long time coming. I'm a white guy and I'm older now, but I have been watching nothing change for decades, and peaceful protest is nothing more than a parade. So this is, man, this may be one of those situations where you know what they say, somebody could overplay their hand, where it's like you got too many people upset over too many reasons. You know what I'm saying? To where, you know, like this, you know, he's saying, you know, I'm an older white guy, you know, and even I'm saying, like, listen, man, you know, I don't want to have to live like this. I don't want, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to see this on my news channel either, man. You know what I'm saying? And it's, you know, with these different things, the repression is coming for everybody now. You know what I'm saying? It's not just one segment of society or the other segment of society. It's coming for everybody now. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said it's like they overplaying their hand.
Yeah, they got so many issues. They don't know where it's coming from. They don't know where it's coming from, type of thing, man. It's like, however, man, this is a world thing. That's the thing, people. My man said he in Europe, and
Yeah.
or and he's seeing it like it's a cartoon, but really, I see it over there. It's like a cartoon. You got these kings and queens that's just been saying they running stuff, and that's just what it is. They running stuff. They've been getting it in for years upon years. They one of the reasons that we are who we are at this point. Like as far as speaking English and in the society of United States, because they left England and came here. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we dealing with a situation where it's like this ain't no United States problem. This is a worldwide problem. The same people that run this place run your place too. That's why when you don't hear about the United States Army running up in England or running up in Spain or running up in Germany, or that's called a world war when that happens. But they'll run up in Africa, they'll run up in Iraq, they'll run up in Iran, they'll run up everywhere else. You know what I'm saying? Wherever the original man is at, in a fraction, that's what they're gonna run up at. So we know what's going on, man. It's like this ain't no us thing. This is a everybody thing.
We got another friend today, Mr. Bendover. Come on, man. Listen, you got to be a professional troll when you come over here. I ain't sure. What your level is. Yesterday we had one pro come in, then we had two amateurs. So bend over. You want to step your game up. This, this, this level. This level that you trolling at right here, this not high level. You know what I'm saying? We laugh this off. You gotta come. Yeah, troll harder. William Stanley is in here on Facebook. Welcome to the stream, William Stanley. Jakeem said they're doing all they can to extend their expiration date. Yeah, it's a level of control. You know what I'm saying? Control over the people.
And they already lost it, man. That's why they so confused about what they do. That's why they got people on one side and people on the other side too.
Yeah.
It's over. When everybody, it was a point in time where they was all on one side. Like they used to fight, but they would all agree on one thing. Yo, slavery is the economy that's gonna run this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, who's gonna be the strongest country? Now we could fight over that. Who's gonna have the most slaves? That's what we're gonna fight over. But you know, the whole situation is they all did the same science. You know what I mean? And now you got them like, yo, everybody don't see it like that. It's a lot of that color people that's like, that's wrong. Like sincerely, that's wrong. And I'm gonna put myself on the front line to show it, type of thing. Just like the original man joined the United States Army and helped the United States fight every war. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yo, it's people that's in shambles. Like their whole idea is crumbling. This is why they're doing so much with the propaganda to make you think that it's bigger than what it really is. It's popping. It's popping for sure. But they'll never show you how big it really is.
Well, Sean is saying he's observing the response to this man and looking at this as a little bit of progress from what's been going on. You know what I'm saying, in terms of brothers making it known that we don't appreciate this kind of treatment. The Christian said you should. What said you should do stand up too? Oh, I should do. Oh, you saying stand up comedy? Nah, man, it's not me. It's them. I like them. Where you with? So you went away already? So you know, fine, man. You can't troll like that. Come in, make one statement, then you run away. You scared even on the internet. Yeah, that's is God Cypher Divine still in the room? And oh yeah, also man, so uh who we got in the DMV? Let me see, the brother sent me this clip. Oh,
We're about to bust my meatball. We're about to bust my meatball.
whoa. That was just the footage. I just was watching the footage. I just was watching from DC. I just was watching the footage from DC, man. Brothers was playing out there. And I'm gonna tell you something. When I just watched that footage, you know, I can see the difference in how they reacted, you know what I'm saying, to some brothers that was about the business, as opposed to how they tackled that woman down in the street with her baby over wearing that mask. You see a big difference, man, in how they responded to those brothers over there in DC. Supreme Man just came in. But yeah, this definitely, man, appears to be this appears to be a moment that's going down in history. You know what I'm saying? This is like the rebellion of 2020, the revolt of 2020 might turn out to be a revolution. But you know, that's definitely something I'm saying when you're looking at it from their perspective. Like, look, you got people in DC and people in LA, people in DC and people in LA, right, is revolting over the same thing.
Right.
You know, when is the last time that happened? You know what I'm saying? That you got, you know, people on both coasts. You got white people, black people, you know, Hispanic people, Asian people, old people, young people. You understand what I'm saying? All dealing with one mind. All of this stuff is going too far. You know what I'm saying? From all the different codes that you're trying to institute with this crisis to the way you handling people over the rules about this crisis to just now, you know, you back to killing people over, you know, y'all saying, you know, passing a bad check. Well, it's like, I mean, now this really, like, it's got to be something personal. Like, did they have some dealings before? You know, like how it turned out that that this guy had investigated Ahmaud Arbery before.
Yeah, premeditated murder.
Like this has to be, and it's like that. That's, you know, I'm pretty good with seeing it, but I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding how a situation over passing bad checks and no resistance
Nobody here?
comes to the body language, the facial expression of that guy had as he's doing that. I don't see that there's got to be something else here.
Man, I'm telling you, man, it's like when you hustling, you could be somewhere getting your money or whatever, and some store owners might, not be fond of you, man. And every now and then they call the police on you, and and you be sitting there for a minute, you might be getting your money there, and it might be legally. They just, offended by you being a black man out here grinding on your own. So now you out here doing your thing, and you see the police drive by. But then this one day, they get together. Yeah, remember that black dude we keep seeing? You feel me? They get together and they talk about this stuff, man. And then they pull up on you. This ain't they huddle up like a football team. They huddle up, talk about the play, and then they say hike, and they run the play.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why you see like one cop being the quarterback, and then one cop being, he running stuff. Then cop was the quarterback. See, the dude that was on the neck, like the running back, he just wanted the ball. He just wanted the ball. And my man gave it to him. Here, go ahead, man. I'm gonna just watch the crowd for you. I'm gonna wait for Sarge to get here. The Asian dude was probably the sergeant. Now that I think about it. Or the highest ranking one there, like, cause he was the one standing there with his hand on his hip, looking around and stuff. So it's like, man, they ran the whole play on that black man, and now they trying to make it seem like it was spontaneous. Like, yeah, we got a call, and we just responded to the call. Man, this is a call y'all probably get all the time, and y'all got fed up. Like, yo, tired of seeing this motherfucker over here, man. It's our neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Every time we get the call, we tell him, don't be right here. It's just like you in the hood. You selling crack? Oh, you don't shortstop my hustle. I see you out here past 10 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? It's over for you, youngin'. Like, I see this is the same things we see in the hood on a different level. Because they taught us this shit that we be doing in the hood. We got the guns and the drugs from them.
Right.
So
that's what I'm saying. See, something like that makes sense. Where it's like, yeah, this is the 20th time you've had to come out here to say something to the guy. So now you are frustrated, and you take this frustration out. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or whatever the case may be. But not saying that that's necessarily it. But yeah, something like that make more sense than you just saying that somebody who was resisting arrest, who's on audio and video not resisting arrest. And I mean, at this point, that's another thing too. You know what I mean? Like, at this point, cops have to know, what's the kind of what's the policy, what's the protocol, what's the people on the ground, what are they telling cops about people that have cameras? Like, you saw the people right there with cameras. You saw the people filming you, I'm talking about the people that was right there saying, yo, get off him. You saw them with the cameras. So I'm saying the average person,
man,
you know what I'm saying? Like, you could take the most hardened gang member from LA, Chicago, New York, wherever, and you tell them, yo, it's a camera right there. They're going to put some cut on it right now and wait till it's on camera at least. But I'm saying, what's their thought process? You know what I'm saying? That, at some level, like, yo, listen, we don't care if it's on camera. You know what I'm saying? Just like apparently the thought process in Minneapolis is, listen, we don't care what you say. You understand what I'm saying? The wheels of justice had to turn, and it just happened this time that they grinded this guy up. But we're not gonna be arresting police in Minneapolis. That's not how we get down. That's what they're saying. To me, that's the message I'm getting. I'm saying
the KKK. It's like that's why. See, they never experienced. See, we could give them. You could be like, oh man, what's the punishment? Like, what's the real? What did they do to us when we was fresh out of slavery, even in slavery? When you broke a law, right? Many times it was punishable by death. Period. They used to just hang us. See, we've experienced this, right? And that's something that they haven't experienced. Even if we started enforcing laws on these people and they did have some type of protocol to follow, they wouldn't understand the value of the protocol because they've never felt the wrath of injustice system on them as far as anymore. Like they got rid of that. I mean, they did. The first people that came here were peasants, but when they came here, they made sure that they started their own society. People that are here now, they have seen nothing but a high society. All they've ever seen was high society. They can't relate. They can't relate. So when you say, oh, my foot is my neck, my knee is on this man's neck. Yeah, they camera. They understand society. I don't live in a society. I
So
don't
wait,
live in your world. You feel? He don't even live in our world.
Rashawn brings up a point right here. He said another reason they're going so hard in Minneapolis is because there was no jail time for the cop in the Philando Castile case. So that was Minneapolis too? Or was it just Minnesota? But yeah, that was another. That was another. That was the case where they killed the brother in the car with the car. Right? I mean, in the car with his family, right?
Yeah, his woman was right there. I think it was a child in the back seat too.
Right. That's the one I'm talking about. Rashawn said the Blue Klux Klan.
I mean, that's historic. I mean, when we deal with police, the police just do the history on the police. Like there was police in Africa prior to coming here. They was doing the slave trade in Africa. They had police out there, and many times it was hired original people. You know what I'm saying, to be the police. You know what I mean? Because we was already caught up in the rapture at that time, so we was already working for these people, and it was police out there, and they got started for one reason: to dominate, to
All
destroy
right.
the black.
So yeah, everybody's saying that was in Minneapolis too. So yeah, see, that puts a little more perspective on this for me. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, okay, all right, all right. You know, I didn't know how the Minnesota Police Department got down. But I'm saying now with that to see like, oh yeah, so this is definitely a situation where this is some kind of pattern. You know what I'm saying? This is some kind of pattern of this is some kind of pattern of the training. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, of what constitutes resisting arrest. You know what I'm saying? Or creating a dangerous situation. You know what I'm saying? In terms of creating a situation where the officer feels like they need to fear for their life. Clearly this is just something that's going on in Minnesota. You know what I'm saying? That is like I said before, some combination of fear that exists in white people of black people, coupled with the training, you know what I'm saying, of how you police black people, and it has to be more aggressive because they're animals somehow. You know what I'm saying? You need to be afraid of them. Rashawn said the black cop, Mohammed Noor, killed the Australian lady in Minneapolis, got 13 years. And so, is the brother still in here? What was the brother's name that said he was from Minnesota? Yeah, the kid, Frickety. You still in here, Frickety? Like, who's, you know, surely there has to be some people. Like, has Minnesota been, or Minneapolis been kind of like asleep in terms of, uh, are there many activists, in Minneapolis? Because now that some of these, this little string of situations is put together right here. I mean, it's only 3 situations, but it appears that racism is pretty thick in Minneapolis. You know what I'm saying? Is that the perception of the people, or do the people feel, or did the people feel up until now that, it was post-racial in Minnesota?
Yeah, I wonder what the conviction rates are out there.
Yeah. Like
Yeah, man.
out of the state of Minnesota, right? Because remember, Divine God was saying that the population of black people in the whole of Minnesota is small, but in Minneapolis is fairly big, right? So when you look at the state prisons, right? How many people are they pulling from Minneapolis? See, because that says something too. Like in New York State, there's a book that was written that I think it's like 80% of the people in the state prisons in New York come from 7 sections of New York City. So Jack Sim said it's been activists and activism for a long time. Jakim said he had an opportunity to visit there a few times. They got a lot going on there.
About the price of what?
So Jack Sim said there's been a lot of activists, but not many seem to be taking up the banner hard line or for the long term. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, kind of like what I'm saying is that, for instance, let's say like with Obama, you know what I'm saying? It was a kind of idea that went out there when he got elected that America had reached a post-racial stage. You know what I'm saying? Where race didn't matter anymore. You know what I mean? So now we focus on these other issues, from all these other communities because, now that, Obama is president, we're beyond the racist past. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like the people in Minnesota, are the activists coming more from a standpoint where it's like, uh, we don't really have racial issues, or, that racial issues is mostly in the past for us. So, when we address a situation like that, we don't really address it according to the race. John Sim said the St. Paul mayor is a young brother. got some people in local government, but the outcomes for original people are garbage. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that well, I guess maybe it's maybe it's not as many events, but the events that they haven't appear to vary. The events that they do have, is it the kind of place where the people who's like in government, you know, sometimes if they came from certain, sheltered parts of the community, you know, then they may look at it as being post-racial. Supreme Man said this is about to mushroom all around the country. People are tired of this. Post-racial is a misnomer. I mean, yeah, it did seem like a pretty nonsensical term to me for the first time I heard it. Shakim says some of their issues heavily involve the different ethnic groups. Is some of what I noticed. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like I did, you right, but that's my point. That for instance, I noticed there's a lot of other communities. Minneapolis is some kind of I don't know what the word, but they take in refugees from all over. You know what I'm saying? They've been doing that ever since, like back in the like the Cambodians and the Vietnamese people and all that. And now they got Somalian people over there. So a lot of times when I see activism coming from uh, Minneapolis, it's about that. Shakim said also a lot of teen homelessness. Wow. Justice said the hyper feminized younger generation that are still seeking approval or a semblance of social justice. Right? That's what I'm saying. Charts Gaming said we all bleed red. Okay, Charts Gaming. You care to add on to, you said who's we? D. Christian said Minnesota or Minneapolis is bringing these people in. The different refugees that they bringing in is for a cheap labor force. Atif said their colleges take them as track athletes and their families come with them. Supreme Man said, as long as racism exists, which is the foundation of this country, there will be issues and overzealous police as well as corrupt police who abuse their authority. Todd's Gaiman said, end racism, unite as one, we are one, no justice, no peace. I mean, our side is wanting peace the whole time. We waiting on everybody else to get with the program. We've wanted justice, we've wanted freedom, justice, and equality, love, peace, and happiness. From since the beginning of time. But how do you look at this situation, Tarts Gaming? Where you from, Tarts Gaming? But Supreme Man, something to add on to his point is that there kind of has to be an underclass in order for there to be an overclass. You know what I'm saying? And that decision was made of who's going to be the permanent underclass. That decision was made on the basis of race, in the very beginning of this country. And it would be difficult, probably impossible for the country to keep operating if they were to reverse that decision. Taj Gaming said he's from Florida. The government is corrupt. They don't want peace. Stand up against the corrupt politicians. This is old. You Allah said we all bleed red, but black people are the only ones doing the bleeding. So Taj Gaming says stand up against the government. How do you suggest we stand up to the government? Because like we say all the time on this channel, dealing with everything, but specifically with this, it's not just about this one event. You know what I'm saying? It's not just about this one event. You know what I'm saying? It's about, how what's the plan after this? Like whatever the plan is to keep rebelling. If the plan is to, seek justice at this point, whatever the plan is. Because that's what happens. We don't want to make this a situation where, we rebelled and they heard us on this, you know what I'm saying? But then, what they do is give it a couple of months so emotions die down. And then we have another bad 2 weeks like we having right now. You know what I'm saying? Where over the course of the last 2 weeks, or really, maybe 3 weeks or a month, we went from the rough handling. We went from the rough handling of people dealing with the enforcement of the quarantine to, brothers being, choked to death in the street, man. Supreme Man said, when the playing fields level out, then holla. Right now, the cauldron is burning and the guilty will feel the heat. Need justice, F peace. Todd said the cop doesn't deserve a comfy cell. He deserves a death sentence for life, a life for a life. You see, that's what I'm saying. It's not the cop. Well, I'm not going to say it's not the cop, but I'm saying it's the cop. But the bigger picture is that it's the system. Like there's cops that's been doing, cops have been doing this for decades. Saying that to say that look, some of the cops that did this to people in the 1940s, in the 1950s, they probably not even alive right now, but it's still happening. So that's why I say we don't want it, that can't really just be the answer this time either. That, okay, the cop got a sentence he got some jail time, so we got justice and now it's peace. Nah. Crusader for God, put united. Welcome to the channel, Crusader for God. You one of our Christian brothers, Crusader for God? Do the each one teach one and click the like button for me, Crusader for God. Share this on your page. So what's the Christian point of view? What's the Christian point of view on what's going on, Crusader? Taj Gaming said you're 100% right. I used to work with the guy that went to be a police officer and he quit after 1 month. He said that there's cliques in the force. Yeah. And some of those cliques are the Ku Klux Klan. The Aryan Brotherhood. Some of these cliques that's within the police force. So that's what I'm saying. If the underlying pool of people that we choosing from, or that they're choosing from, pardon, to police the people, because listen, that's something about the commissioner that was the police commissioner of Los Angeles before Daryl Gates. They said that one thing he did that established kind of the tone of the Los Angeles Police Department was that in the 40s, right, in the early 50s, was when you started getting the black migrations out to the West Coast. You know what I'm saying? So as more and more black people was coming to the West Coast, that the commissioner was, I don't want to say alarmed, but he didn't like that. So what he did was he went to the deep South. He went to Alabama and Mississippi and Louisiana and states like that. And that's where he recruited the new police officers from. So when they got to LA, he didn't have to tell them to keep these black people in line, because that was already their upbringing and their culture. So we got to understand that it's not just this one, this one cop is just a manifestation of ideas and a culture that's based on that, based on, racism and fear of brothers and, the desire to kill them so you can feel safe. Taj Gaming said we need to find a way to stand up against this. There's got to be a way to fight back and get stuff done. Well, like I said, if we keep our head on our shoulders and understand that, this is just one step, what I'm saying, and make the other steps wisely, then this could very well be the beginning of us getting stuff done. So Crusader said, I'm also a constitutional study and advocate for equal rights. So how does this, I would like to hear that point of view too, in terms of the Constitution, these officers of the state and the treatment of citizens. How does that square with the Constitution? You know what I'm saying? Just even having codes and statutes that allow allow a police officer to feel comfortable killing somebody like that. Is that in the Constitution? I guess that's the public good, huh? Marigold Sunflower, welcome to the stream. Marigold Sunflower. She said the number of Black people worldwide is enormous. We are not a minority. Black unity currently remains a necessity for Black people to gain true freedom. Black people have been uniquely targeted and attacked because of our common identity as people of African descent. The problem is the attitude and racist norms which shape the way Black and male is framed in the United States by whites. The white police officers who are hunting down defenseless Black males. Indeed. But you see, that's something that we was speaking on in the days right before this happened, right before the George Floyd thing happened. We were speaking on in how much dissension we allow, you know what I'm saying? Because we've soaked up some of these attitudes and racist norms ourselves. You see what I'm saying? So like I said, even having the understanding that, listen, even if you a nonviolent protester, you still got to understand that what those brothers did yesterday, what people did yesterday in LA, what happened in DC, what happened, that's also a part of this. You understand what I'm saying? Like the United States, look, they got a State Department and they got a Department of Defense. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of times we'll allow, because I'm the nonviolent guy and you the militant guy, now we get into a dissension that allows the norm to remain, allows the status quo to remain. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of it is because we've absorbed these attitudes about how we can and should treat each other. Crusader, the guy said education, or you're an advocate for civil rights education. Charles Gaiman said, it's the whole system. We need to break the system. F what they tell us, America has gone to SH. The illusion is crumbling. That's the deal, Charles Gaming. If you're looking at certain things and you got the blinders off and you haven't bought into all the propaganda, you know what I'm saying, of baseball and apple pie, then for you fed up. But for other people, the facade has to crumble a little bit more for them to see that it's fake. You know what I'm saying? It's like the icing on the cake. So you could put anything. I could put a shoe, right? And if I put the icing on the cake, right, you got cake. See, if something happens and that icing start to melt off, and then you start to see what's real. You start to see it for what it really is. So, this is why I teach. Peace said, if your pops is C Cypher and it ain't in your lineage, all these opportunities, why be C Cypher? Personal, deep-rooted reasons for colored people for the most part. Well, a lot of them, yeah, it's a family thing. A lot of people, that's in law enforcement, the military, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it goes back generations. Charles Gaiman said we deserve peace and equality. Well, peace and equality is things that sometimes it's a road to that. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes the road to peace goes through war. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes the road to equality goes through, having to rebalance things. Mr. Green once said, know your enemy before you go to war with them. Study the enemy, read books like The Art of War and the 48 Laws of Power, and employ their usefulness in real time. So yeah, we hear you. Crusader for God said equal rights is commented on 3 times in the Constitution. Down South God Body, welcome to the stream. Where you from? We from Down South God Body. Taj Gaiman says, so let's start a war against the government. There's more of us than there is of them. But see, it's about being one mind, Taj Gaiman.
You can win the war without even lifting a finger.
There's a lesson about
It's 4 o'clock.
Specifically the force that we dealing with. Right? One of the things that was the advantage, right, of the white army, right, over the Indians was that it was 2 things. See, number one, like I said, the Greeks and the Romans taught the rest of the Europeans that, in order to you got to be ready to kill. Up front first, you got to be ready to kill if people don't want to comply with what you want. So that's one thing. The white army is taking the battlefield with the idea that we coming out there to kill you. Whereas the Indians, the Native Americans, their real goal, really all other people, their goal was really to capture you. Because remember, slavery was one of the aspects of war. So you wanted to capture these people. You wasn't really out there to kill them. But see, another thing was that a lot of these other people that they was fighting against, they were together, but they wasn't organized. They wasn't really a unified force. You see what I'm saying? So they might be outnumbered, but because everybody's scattered all around, they're not really creating that, the force is dissipated. So that's why you got to remember that it's not just about how many of us it is. You know what I'm saying? If you remember in the Matrix, there was a whole lot of people, but each person was in their own little bubble and was unaware of the other people or the situation that they all was in. So you gotta. That's a level that you gotta understand. I'm saying, because I can see you very frustrated, but you gotta understand what's going on out there. Marigold said a blueprint on how to destroy the black race, and we refuse to wise up. Marigold said research with the secret plan to wipe us out. We are already under medical martial law. Well, yeah, we've definitely felt that up here in New York. We've definitely felt that. The quarantine is real here. All right, so Don South Godbody said he's from Georgia, but he's in Florida right now. So yeah, I noticed earlier you brought up the Trayvon situation. You've been in Florida since then, or were you in Florida? Were you residing in Florida then? But yeah, I think even the little children are fed up at this point. Mr. Green once said, knowledge is half the battle. You Allah said it's also a price for peace and equality, right? You know what I'm saying? You know that the roads to those the roads to those definitions. Supreme Man said, I see a lot of idealism on here. Ideology is not reality. Substance within these ideals is waning. Time is the measurement of all things physical. People are seeing that talk is cheap. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is things are not gonna happen in no ideal way. It's not gonna happen in no ideal way. You know what I'm saying? But the main thing, like I said, is keeping the vision in mind. Like just like right now, we're talking about justice and peace, right? And like I'm saying, what does justice look like? Because apparently Minneapolis thought justice looked like firing the officers. Like if that's all you was going to do, you could have just left them there. You know. In order to bring that about, yeah, we happen to see some death, hell, and destruction out there. We happen to go through some of that. You understand what I'm saying? Some of this, Supreme Man, what you think of this statement I'm about to make right here? Some of that is because through the propaganda images, right, that they give us about Martin Luther King, even the civil rights movement has been kind of, whitewashed or something. The real aspects of what's happening, the stories of the people that got beat in the head don't get told as much as the story of the triumphant march on Washington, where we all locked arms and there were black people and white people and we all were there, and it ends up being the last time when it was the anniversary. Was it the 50th anniversary? Was it the 50th anniversary of the I Had a Dream, the March on Washington? And there was white people up there saying that, it wasn't really about racism. It was about class and it was about workers. Like what? What? Maybe that's what your part was about. But like you said, it's kind of whitewashed with these idealistic images. So wait, Tots Gaming says America was built on freedom and so-called equality, but not today. Now, see, now I gotta disagree with you. Now this is now we talking about idealism to the maximum. America was never built on freedom. In the Constitution, it specifies that there are citizens, free citizens, and that there are slaves. It specifies that in the Constitution. The people who, uh, you know, were the revolutionaries, part of their beef was that the proceeds, the profits that they were making off of their slaves on their slave plantations was being confiscated by King George. King George, in order to maintain his colonies, went to war with France. And in order to finance that war, he was taxing the colonies and confiscating the proceeds of what was going on in the colonies. And the George Washingtons, the Thomas Jeffersons, these people fought to preserve their slave plantations. America is not built on freedom.
Freedom for whites. That's what it says.
Maxwell Penn said the cop who kneeled on the brother's neck is a 33rd degree. I mean, that goes without saying. Marigold said, who saw the six? Wait a minute. Who saw the six on the trash? Who saw the six on the can? He was a sacrifice. Or was it? Oh, man, I don't have knowledge of that type of stuff, Marigold. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole how you able to tell a sacrifice and all of that, and I had to say I was so kind of like my attention was so drawn to what was going on with the brother that I barely noticed things in the background like that. Crusader said justice should also be the maximum punishment allowed by law when that cop is found guilty. I mean, that's it. That's one part of it. But like I said, when I don't like looking at these things as isolated incidents. You understand what I'm saying? When you look at it as an isolated incident, then yeah, that's justice. But see, this is happening to a group of people by another group of people. However you want to identify those people, that's free. You're free to do that. But this has happened from a group of people by another group of people. So where's the justice for both of them as the group? You know what I'm saying? Where's the penalty for those that's perpetrating this, right? And where's the compensation for those that's been treated like this? I don't want to say compensation. I don't mean like money. I mean like where's how you gonna make this right? So Supreme Man is saying that revisionist history is, definitely got to look out for that. You know what I'm saying? In terms of what I was saying about how he see how, us being too idealistic right now. You know what I'm saying? Like even, with Obama, he spoke in terms of ideals, but he didn't really do nothing. You know what I'm saying? He hadn't really done nothing before that. You know what I'm saying? Like they say he was a community activist in Chicago and everything, but I'm saying on what? Would you get done? You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, like Joe Clark, not Joe Clark, what was my man's name from DC? The mayor. Barry, Marion Barry. I bought into the propaganda that they were saying on the news because the first time I heard of Marion Barry was when he got arrested. So when he came out of jail, right, and the people still elected him, I was like, yeah, what's going on with the people in DC? But see, I didn't realize that, that's not where Marion Barry started. That there was things that he did for the people of DC where they was like, this is our guy right here. You can't pick for us. So, we can look at his presidential stage and we know that he didn't do, but what did he do before that? He just spoke in terms of ideals. Marigold, is, she knows about the rituals, I guess. I don't know about it. All right, so down south said he just got to Florida 2 years ago, lived in Charleston. Oh, you was arrested in Charleston when Walter Scott was killed. Right. And Savannah's 30 minutes away. Yeah, my family is from that area in Beaufort County. So I know that area, but yeah, man, yes. And that's what I'm saying. Look at all the names that we continuously able to bring up. People that ain't have no gun, people that even if they was committing a crime, we talking about something that, you would have not even, at most you doing like 6 months or something in the county lockup. You know what I'm saying? We're not talking about, victimizing people. We talking about selling cigarettes. I guess, passing bad checks. You could say maybe that was in somebody's name. But this stuff is not. The police action is not warranted. People getting beat down for walking on the street without a mask on. Crusader said, it says freedom to, not freedom of outcome. Sons of Liberty read Stamp Act crisis. So I see what Crusader is coming from. Crusader, you a little bit alt-right? Because see what he's saying is that we're all free to do whatever we want to do, right? But then the outcome of that may leave you in a situation, like whatever it is that you do, the outcome of that may lead you in a situation where you're not free. Is that what you're saying? Are you speaking from the aspect of this equality of opportunity, but not equality of outcome? Freedom of opportunity, but not necessarily freedom in its outcome. All right, Divine God is back. What's going on out there? Divine God is because you were saying the people was already back on the set out there in Minneapolis. What's the deal out there right now? Supreme Man said America was stolen by people who were exiled or refugees from their native lands. America was founded by criminals. Look it up. How can criminals do anything just? The foundation is crime. So I said we need a modern day MLK. Well, why would you say that? See, this is a part of the idealism that Supreme Man is talking about. You know what I'm saying? That, we're gonna have this savior who's gonna come down, and what is he gonna do? Crusader said police need their immunity removed. So I said if I was there, I would have stepped in and beat down the cop. All it would take is 1 second for that man to catch his breath. Yeah, clearly. Supreme Man asked a question. We had Johnny. Johnny's not on today. Johnny had the FBI statistics. That's a good question. How many unarmed, innocent white citizens have been killed by black cops? How many 12-year-old white children playing in the park have been killed by white cops? Crusader said, I follow Chris Ann Hall on YouTube. She's a great constitutional educator. Supreme Man said, Marion Barry's political history is epic in DC. I felt the same way until I did the knowledge to him. He fell victim, but he superseded his vices. Yeah. That was the reason for that. At first I thought they was crazy, but that's why knowledge, when you say knowledge means respect. See, spec means to look. Spectacle, spectrum, respect. Re means again. So, respect means to look again. So when you do the knowledge to, his actual history in DC, then you see why. All right, so Rescue Todd's Gaming brings us a Bible verse here, Galatians 3:28. Is it me, or is that a coinky dink? Is that a little coinky dink right there? Is that a little coinky dink that he put verse 3:28? By the way, I have a Bible verse now. I have my own verse that thanks to my brother El Divine. You got to go to First Corinthians, right? 3rd chapter, 23rd verse. That's my verse. But getting back to this one, Galatians 3:28. there is neither Jew nor Greek. There is neither slave nor free. There's no male and female, for you are all one in Christ. See, this is my verse right here too. You see what they trying to tell? What they trying to tell you right here is that I'm the Alpha and Omega. I don't know if Tarts understands the Bible. I don't know if Tarts Gaming understands the Bible. Crusader, did you know that was my verse right there that's telling you that I'm the Alpha and Omega? Peace said we got to come to our own aid. Supreme Man said, go on YouTube and find Malcolm X's speech on the March on Washington, and it might give you a different perspective on MLK and the march. That's a good question, Crusader. What can citizens do a citizen's arrest on cops?
Technically, you can arrest anybody if they're breaking the law, but there's only one court to take them to. You know what I'm saying? You can citizens arrest, but when you take them in, you have to call other authorities to come take them into jail. It ain't like you could go book somebody in jail. You know what I'm saying?
It's not nonsensical. The verse is telling you that I'm the Alpha and Omega. You have to know how to read it. So Crusader God says for a felony, a citizen can arrest a police. So the people could have arrested. The people could have arrested officers.
The officers.
In Minneapolis.
All four of them.
Because that was a felony. Yeah, the one he just put on there, that's what it's telling you, that I'm the Alpha and the Omega.
The thing is, the people that was there, they were unprepared to actually arrest those officers. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need the cuffs. Otherwise, you got to take their cuffs. You're gonna need some weapons. Otherwise, you got to take their weapons because they got enough bullets for everybody that was out there. 4 officers with extra clips, and they got this car right here that probably got a shotgun or some type of automatic, semi-automatic or automatic compact rifle in it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So you could try and you could go for the rush and everybody tackle these officers, but officers are also a lot of the time in shape. You know, so you in for a fight a lot of the time. You're not playing high school no more. This is a fight to the death damn near because the officers are not fighting to lose. You know what I'm saying? So if you do attempt a citizen's arrest on an officer, you know, don't do it without preparation. That's what I would recommend.
So Todd Gaming gave us another verse here, James chapter 2, verse 9. But if you show partiality, you are committing sin and are convicted by the law as transgressors. I mean, this is really just the wrong chat for, this is the wrong channel. You got to go on the alt-right channels and tell them this stuff. So Crusader is saying that what they did, though, in Minneapolis is not a felony under the color of law. So if that's not a felony, then there are no felonies.
That is a felony. That was a public officer using excessive force. That's a felony. And at that point, see, I don't know about arresting them, but they could have definitely, bum rushed them. I mean, but I'm not gonna say I would have did it if I was their type of thing, but one of the options is just bum rushing, tackling. Somebody make a plan. I'm about to tackle this dude, and then you guys help me get away. Don't let me get arrested. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the type of thing that's got to go down, because whatever happens, you got to get up out of there before they pull that gun out. If that's just what it is. Because you tackle the police, they're gonna shoot. You got to think about the steps ahead, 10 steps ahead. Like, okay, I tackle this dude. I'm running here, going around the corner, because you want to just, break up the commotion. It ain't about arresting him. It's just about getting this man's knee off his neck. You know what I'm saying? Once I hit you, your knee is off his neck and he can breathe. That's all I need him to do is breathe. Other than that, get on about your business, I guess, because we're not ready type of thing. If it's that type of fight, fighting fire with fire, they got a lot of firepower right now.
See, these Bible verses you putting in here, Tots Gaming, they don't really apply to this situation. Musadik just came in. I wanted to ask you a question. See, Asiatic mathematics. See, I know you know how to speak. You know how to speak that kind of language. See, I knew you was going to understand the wordsmith, but Musadik, I wanted to ask a question pertaining to the looting that's going on, because a couple of years ago I heard that they wanted to use RFID chips, right? They wanted to use the chips and put them in all consumer items. And one of the reasons I heard they wanted to do that is because it could cut down on the cost in shipping. That, like, say for instance, if you had a shipment of television sets, right? And each television set had a chip in it, then instead of them having to go into the truck and look at all the boxes or whatever, that you could just drive it past a scanner, and that the scanner would just read the TVs, right? And then you would they would weigh the truck or whatever, and they could tell if you was carrying whatever you were supposed to be carrying. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that this chip is still in the TV. So is it possible that, people have brought things to their homes that's going to get them caught up? Crusader said, everyone can also be charged with interference of an officer with his duties. This is the problem, and the system is made confusing on purpose. Taj Gaming said, I would still risk my life to get him off his neck. Ben Grant said, would you support a businessman shooting dead people trying to loot his store? Would I support him? What is your? Are we speaking on the individual that was killed in Minneapolis, that they said, I think it was the pawn shop owner shot him. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, what we discussing here is a situation where you know, anybody you know, Supreme Man was just saying, you know, we not being too idealistic. You understand what I'm saying? It would be extremely foolish to be under the idea that all of this is going to happen without any response. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, when things get to this level, Ben Grant, you know, that's what people are saying. Peace, you out? All right. You know, when things get to this level, people are saying, listen, our backs are against the wall and we're ready to put our lives on the line for freedom, justice, and equality. The condition has become too unlivable for us to do any other thing. So in terms of you know, that business owner doing that, unfortunately, that's the price that person had to pay. You know what I'm saying, for whatever part that they participated in that revolt. You know what I'm saying? But well, all I would say is that, you know, at that point, you know, the business owner, you in for a penny. So I'm saying that, you know, he has a valid point of view in defending his business. You know what I'm saying? But now what happens to his business? You know, like you know, is when he opens the business back up with people knowing that that's how he reacted. You know, that's also on him. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't condemn him for what he did, but you know, you stepped into. So so Target Gaming said Target is a corporation. They have the money to replace what was stolen, but nobody has the power to replace the life that was stolen. Mr. Green once said, if we could learn to use the right to bear arms combined with citizen arrest science, maybe a solution, but that's a heavy game of speed chess. Absolutely. So Musaddiq said, all right, now listen to this stuff I was saying. The stuff that I was saying with the RFID chips that's in the consumer goods. So right now, you know, I guess if they got a powerful enough scanner, they could drive down the street and know who has stuff from Target in their house. I mean, I don't know how well it works, but Musaddiq is saying yes, they do that with the RFID chips. It's called geofencing. So any smart device has a chip in it that can be tracked down. So just saying that, you know, if you know, in that situation where you feel like you want to loot in this situation, beware of that. So Ben Grant, you know, you say, yeah, people defending their stores. You know, they're making a decision on how they're choosing to defend their stores. Ben Grant is what I'm saying. You know, once you pull out a gun and shoot somebody, you're making a decision on how you want to, you know. But at this point, you participated. You know what I'm saying? It's the same way, you know, we say in the you know, in certain neighborhoods, you know, no snitching. listen, you participated in whatever was going on. So now when this side of the table turns on you, right? That's how you decided to defend yourself. Trophobic
Was
said
the gun owner arrested?
the store owner, yeah, what happened with
I
that?
mean, yeah, the store owner, was he arrested?
Was the store owner arrested? What's the what's been the what was the outcome of that?
Right, because no matter how, if you kill a man, even if you do it legally, you still got to go to jail. And if they find a reason to not take you to jail or not hold you, they'll let you go, type of thing. Once they talk to the upper levels of the officers and all that, maybe call the judge, and they'll say let you go. Because there's no case there. They'll call the DA, but you still got to go in for questioning. Like, was he arrested at all?
Good question. Trophobic said I wouldn't lose. But come on, man, holding hands and singing Kumbaya hasn't helped. A cry for help is newsworthy action. Yeah, but you gotta realize that that's a part of the condition. They gotta realize that too. You know what I'm saying? Like if you want to analyze this on whatever sociological levels or whatever, poverty is a part of the condition. That's why I said this is a catalyst. It's like a flashpoint. It's something that brings everybody's attention to a certain thing. But people are protesting about struggle and pain that's been occurring. You know what I'm saying? Like Todd's Gaming, you were speaking with the other brother where y'all was talking about things going on since Trayvon Martin. You know what I'm saying? But look, it's been going on before I was born. You know what I'm saying? There's the Emmett Till. There's countless. Is it's a shame that there's people that this has happened to, and we've forgotten. We don't even know. They swept it under the rug. What happened to that? They disappeared.
Man.
They drowned, and we wasn't able to find the body. You understand what I'm saying? So, whatever level it takes, those people that's out there on the front line, you know what I'm saying? They gotta speak in their language and send the message that they gotta send. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it was some young brothers that came on the live yesterday. The brother was out there live on the scene. You know what I'm saying? And it was some young brothers that he spoke to, and they came on the live and spoke to us, you know what I'm saying, about how they feel about the situation. You know what I'm saying? And one of the brothers said, look, he got shot in the back 2 times with rubber bullets yesterday. But that's the level, like, he don't care. You know what I'm saying? They were saying, look, whatever's going on out here, the simple fact of the matter is, it's not inside our plans to live like this for the rest of our life. You know what I'm saying? And as young brothers, they got a long way to go. Todd's Gaming said, can you give us a prayer for everything that's going on in this messed up world? All right, now listen, Todd's Gaming, do you have a pen and paper out? Because you might want to write this one down. You might want to write this one down. Todd's Gaming. You two, Ben Grant and Crusader for God. You might want to screenshot this or something. I don't know how if you can record this. But listen, I want you listen. Do you have your pen and paper? All right, now listen carefully. The black man is God. Say it with me. The black man is God.
Is God. Period.
Hold on. Let me hit you like Reverend Humans. Like Reverend Humans used to hit us back in the days. Oh, you don't hear me. You don't like it, but it's right. That's how Reverend Humans. That's
Yeah,
how
here
Reverend
we go.
Humans you should lay it down. You don't like it, but it's right.
You don't like it.
But listen, say that every morning and every night, and this will get all better. So Ben Grant said, "Don't you think that this will be used as a pawn by politicians to get into power?" Absolutely, and that's why I'm saying that. Listen, Ben Grant. That's why this thing happening is a necessary thing, right? But that's why I said it's got to be other levels to the plan because other people, right? See, in politics, right? They have something. It's a concept of just uh, a good crisis. You see what I mean? And by a good crisis, I mean something that happens, right? That brings about enough struggle, enough pain, enough fear, whatever it is, that allows, more power to be accumulated, more control to be asserted. You see what I'm saying? So that's like a given in just, what it is that they do. You know what I'm saying? What was the word y'all? Because I knew that word, but I hadn't connected it to that concept. What do they call it? The Hegelian dialectic. The Hegelian dialectic is the name of the game. You see what I'm saying? You know, see, we 5%, and uh we got certain signs about how we see all of this thing coming about. You know what I'm saying? Between people being satisfied and people being dissatisfied. You see what I'm saying? And that's one of the origins of all of this is someone coming, right, and using the dissatisfied as pawns because their situation was dealing with struggle. That's why it was dissatisfied. So yeah, that's definitely but at the same time, Ben Grant, the early bird catches the worm. So just that we having this conversation right now, the same way they got a plan to take advantage of this, we got to have a plan to take another step from this. Universal came in. So Todd Gabin said, "You find peace in God." Which God are you speaking about? You can find peace in your mind, you know what I'm saying, if you have an image of God that is peaceful. But that image will be your image. Who is this God that you will find peace in?
Okay. Please God, I'm about to get to work.
All right, no doubt.
No. Yes, sir. It's good building. See y'all the next day.
All right, no doubt. Down south said, he's not sure about how sincere all the protesters are. I mean, that's another aspect. But see, here's the thing. We can't let those side issues cloud what this is about. This is about, you felt perfectly comfortable putting your knee on a brother's neck until he passed away. So we can't get distracted, broken down where, the people who protesting is arguing against the people who don't want to protest, and the people who want to go political is arguing against the people that want to go economic. This is what happens to us all too often. You know what I'm saying? And going back historically to, the entire slave trade, dissension amongst us is what allowed them to be successful in their overtakings. Trophobic said, I blame the whole force because they know who the dirty workers are. I mean, yeah, that's a question that I often have, is that, if you're such a good cop, how is it that you go to work at your headquarters every day with criminals and you've never arrested one of them? Yeah, no, I don't think Taj Gaming is a troll. These are just people, you gotta realize everybody, they coming from different backgrounds, different walks of life, different mindsets, you know what I'm saying? And everybody don't speak necessarily the language in it, that we speak. So sometimes they trying to communicate a concept to us and it comes across a certain way. You know what I'm saying? And you got different cultural. Remember a long time ago when I said some people think they teaching when they just being obnoxious? Some people don't understand that. That they may come in and they not understanding because of your value system that these things are obnoxious, or, they might be viewed as trolling or whatever. But now Taj Gaming is all right. He's a little bit alt-right, but he's cool. So this brother, I guess this is Russian right here. Ben, I can't even read this. This is not the regular Roman. This is not the regular Roman alphabet right here. He says the USA is a totalitarian police state. You get no disagreement from me on that. Crusader said it's been said many times. It's been said many times in recent politics, don't let a good tragedy go to waste, right? See all of these situations. So it's without question, Tosh Gaming said the only God is Jesus Christ. Well, what about me? How you gonna leave out Allah Christ? What am I? What am I? Chopped liver? What am I? A salami sandwich? Can't leave Allah Christ out of this, man. That's the other Christ. He might not like what happened yesterday. But when you say the only God is Jesus Christ, just a question here. Well, what about God and the Holy Ghost? Or is this some new doctrine? He's a good side said, I'm not questioning your beliefs. Don't question mine. Nah, I mean, we just ask, because when you might end up being a 5% tarts. You never know. You say this said ears to hear. It's the message, not the speaker. So Ben Grant said, "Do you trust rich white liberals?" No, I think they're part of the core of the problem. Jerry Boylan process came in. I don't want to get too biblical. I'm just saying, man, you can't leave me out, man. You know, why can't I be biblical, man? Why can't I, touch gaming? So Taj Gaming said we were put here by God as his pawns until the time comes to go back to heaven. Okay, so Taj Gaming. And then here's listen, and this is our big question. It's a question. How come your God was really active, right? Or this guy, he was really active, right, in putting us here as his pawns. And he's gonna be really active in judging us when the time comes to go back to heaven. But where is he at right now? Where is he at right now, Touch Gaming? This is the $64 million question. This is one of the reasons we question. He's in heaven, but why is he allowing, this brother to get choked out on the street like that? Why is he doing that? Yeah, but why is he allowing these things to happen? Like, why is he allowing, children to be blown up, in Palestine? Yeah, Nash, you was in, you just saying you ain't speak. Trophobic said, read in spirit and you will know the secrets of today. Everyone is not supposed to have this knowledge. Spirit tells me to look around ignorance. Oh, so wait. There's a lot of things that God can't change in life. So who controls it? You said there's angels and there's archangels. So if God is not controlling it and the angels and the archangels are controlling it, doesn't that mean that the angels and the archangels are also gods? You didn't bring up Jesus Christ. You said the only God is Jesus Christ. And now you're saying that some things come from the angels and the archangels. You said your brother said maybe you need to hit her with the white man's overbite. See, man, y'all people, man. Y'all people, man. But I read it wrong. You said humans are corrupt. God can't control every single one. So doesn't that mean that for right now, everybody's their own God then? So what was the follow-up to this question right here from Ben Grant? Ben Grant asked, do I trust rich white liberals? I said, no, I think that at the core of the problem. You still there, Ben Grant? Yeah, I don't know. This Tarts Gaming, this one God, Jesus Christ thing seems to be falling apart here. So wait, we're put here for judgment. Now, what kind of game is this? What kind of game is this that this God is playing where you put us here to go through all these trials and tribulations while you do nothing to help us, but then you judge us at the end? When you have these other beings, you have the angels and the archangels controlling things, right? And they're stronger than us. We're supposed to be the weakest, right? According to this biblical view, you know. But yet we're here to be judged. And yet we can't judge this person who supposedly created us here as pawns for judgment. We can't judge him for not doing anything to maintain righteousness. How's that? I did see this case right here too. Why you brought up a situation that happened in New York. I don't know if people all over saw this case because uh, it didn't result in the same level. You know what I'm saying, that this thing with George Floyd. But there was a situation in New York, right? In so hold on, I'm gonna get to you, Crusader and Tarts Gaming. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, there was a situation
It's
in New
5
York, right?
o'clock.
Where a black guy was in the park. He's a bird watcher, apparently. So he was in Central Park watching the birds. And a white lady came in the park and she was walking her dog, and the dog wasn't off the leash. I mean, the dog was off the leash. So he said, listen, that's illegal. You should put your dog on a leash. And, whatever happened, I guess they had some more words. She ends up on the phone saying that, she's going to tell them that a black man is threatening her life, that she feels threatened right now. But as she's saying this, she's sitting there yelling at the dude, and the dude is filming her with the camera. So whatever happened, the footage has gotten out. The woman lost her job, you know what I'm saying? And now she's crying that she's being persecuted and her life is being ruined. But, what Waju was pointing out here in terms of, the liberal democratic, at the end of the day, when we look at the situation of what's happened with George Floyd, and you're saying that you calling the police to tell them that your life feels threatened, this man could have been killed. This man could have been killed, and you was faking. And then that brings up a whole other issue. You know what I'm saying? Of white women constantly being let off the hook because their names are not the signatures on a lot of these laws. Meaning, if we look at who ratified this law or whatever, because women weren't allowed in politics, right? Then all of these constitutional, the Dred Scott decision, there were no women involved. So then, comes in this kind of view that, it's the patriarchy that slavery is about, and racism is not really a strong component of it. So yes, be very aware of that. Okay, so now we back to this. So you just saying that's how it is. So look, Todd's gaming. If that's just the way it is, that this God is going to judge me at the end, then look, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. If I get to the end and he asks me, if he's standing in judgment to say, if you're standing in judgment to say that I did the wrong thing, and meanwhile you lifted not a finger and you have magical powers, you have magical powers to split red seas and save other people, yet you left us in this condition right here, then, I might even want to consider being down with the devil. At least the devil offers you money. He offers you money. You have money and women and all types of stuff. Why would I want to be involved with this religion that, it's only going to be struggle and strife. And then when I get to the end, it's going to be judgment. If I made the wrong decisions, then I'm going to hell. This guy has to realize where he left me. I'm not sure where you was born, Tars Gaming, or you Crusader for God. But see, I was born in the midst of the hellfires of the 1970s in New York City. And if this person has any of the descriptions that you give him, then that's what I'm saying. That's the first thing. Before you ask me about what I did, let me ask you about that. Let me ask you about some of the things that happened to me before I was able to make decisions. So Crusader for God said, no one controls mankind. Adam's curse. Okay, but why am I paying for Adam's curse? And I got two specific reasons that I'm asking you that. In the flood of Noah, you killed everybody in the world because of the sin, right? And then Jesus supposedly died for all of our sins. So then why are we still paying for Adam? Just some questions. So down south said, please explain anyone. I'm reading Message to the Black Man trying to get an understanding. Well, Message to the Black Man covers quite a few topics. What are you trying to get an understanding of? So Trophobic said, we are here to mold into character for the next level. Circumstances are your judgment. Judgment for what? Like my circumstances are my judgment. Like, what did I do? Someone has to let me know. Because Crusader says it's because of Adam's, it's Adam's judgment. Crusaders say Karens and Kens are both stupid. That's the name. Karen and Ken is the name for white women and men that call the police on black people for being racist, really. Silver Fox came in. So Target said, and that's the biggest part of life is to cross the bridge when we kick the bucket. I don't care about the bridge. Like, why would I want to be around somebody? Like, look, I don't know where you're from, Target. I don't know if you ever been in a situation where, you got jumped. You got in a fight. You were attacked by more than one person, and then you might have had somebody with you, and that person didn't help you. For the most part, I don't want to hang out with this kind of person. So, crossing the bridge, I don't want to cross the bridge with him. Billy Champion says they'll say white privilege don't exist, but she knew what would happen if she told the cops that black man was attacking her. Right. But she'll say, I'm sure somewhere she's giving interviews right now and talking about how she really doesn't see race. Her best friends are black. Tosh Gaiman said, I love everyone equally. I mean, nothing wrong with that. Peace said, word is born. I broke the chain in my family of punishing all seeds for one doing wrong. Tosh Gaiman said, black, white, Mexican, it don't matter. We all the same inside. Not exactly. Trollphobic said, judgment could be from helping someone to destroying someone. Yeah, but I'm saying, what you're saying is that babies receive judgment. That's what you're saying. If because you said circumstances, so this is what I'm saying. Babies are born into circumstances. So what is this judgment for? Because it sounds like you're speaking a non-Christian type of doctrine now. Is this reincarnation? Down south said, I want more understanding on the concept of God. I'm getting it from the book, but I'm not trying to subscribe to religion. I mean, when you say the concept of God, do you mean the description of God? Because sometimes that's what feeds into the concept of God, where, we, because in America, we in the Christian kind of background of America, we learn that, God is a mysterious, magical white man that exists in the sky. So what we're saying is that, none of that exists. The only salvation that's ever come to any people has been from individuals that rose from amongst those people. You see what I'm saying? These, and the only judgment that's ever been has been the judgment of the people that they came to help. See, Harriet Tubman, she exists in the heaven, of the minds of all the original people. the way we judge her and what she did, you know what I'm saying, for the salvation of our people, you understand what I'm saying? That's the only judgment. In terms of these other things they saying, that's hit or miss. Like they said, they God can't do nothing for us now. So if that's the case, look, I'll say my Hail Marys, become Christian right when I get to the pearly gates. But for right now, I'm God. So who we at now? Yeah, I saw the Bible verses you put down, but you do know about the Council of Nicaea, right? Tots Gaming. And do you know one of the reasons for the Council of Nicaea was that the Romans had a big empire of different people, such as Greeks and Jews. And when these people fought, when these people had disagreements within the empire, it disrupted the ability for the Romans to make their money. So in order to bring all of these people together, they had the Council of Nicaea where they wrote the Bible. And you see these such of things in there. You see these types of things in here about nor Greek nor Jew and everybody get along, because that was one of the problems that they was trying to solve. Just like you see, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. You got to realize that Caesar was the guy who was putting this Bible together. So of course he's going to put in there to give me mines. Okay, now he's in your this is your territory over here, God Cyber Divine. Elohim is the God of Israel. You can take over from there. So Trollophobic said babies are already chosen. Chosen for what? Like, why are they chosen to be born in Iraq, right? Where the hospital that they're born in gets bombed. You got to bring it home here. You got to tell me what, what is their judgment? Crusader said Paul talks about judgment like judge upon works, not the spirit. So this is what I'm saying. What are the works of the children? What were the works of George Lloyd, right? That caused, God to allow this to happen in his world. Like if you could kill everybody on the planet, right? If you could kill everybody on the planet in the crusade, if you could kill the Roman soldiers that was pursuing the Jews over the sea, why couldn't you just cause that officer to get a pain in the side where he could just, ease up for a second? Why couldn't he do that? What was the works of George Lloyd? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no doubt. Everybody that made it this far with me, man, hit the each one, teach one. Hit that like one, hit the like button and do the each one, teach one. But we've been getting a lot of, a lot of people, a lot of new people. You know what I mean? Get some new subscribers. But yeah, y'all gotta really think about this Christian thing that y'all saying. You know what I'm saying? And you gotta understand that us in particular on this channel, that you gotta realize that we learn this Christian religion. Black people, we learn this Christian religion from slave masters. So, how do you see this? And the people that's doing this, they're advocating this type of beneficent God that you speak about, this merciful, benevolent God that you speak of. Yeah, no doubt. Down south, that's peace. Crusader said, "I'm still learning God's word. I'll try and be more prepared next time." I mean, listen, Crusader. Let me tell you something. I've been in the church. I don't think you're gonna. I don't think it's you could become more prepared. The reality is, you know, it's just there's no time for that right now. You know, like when you say offering a prayer, do you know that there's been wars that have been won and lost based on prayer? There's been battles and wars that's been won and lost because guys felt like, look, we need to pray right now instead of responding to this situation that's happening right around us. So like that's fine and good if we get to heaven and we have to deal with that. But for right now, what are we gonna do? And how is this concept of God, how is it gonna help us? Like if he's not gonna do anything, if this officer is free because of the curse of Adam to kneel on this man's neck until he dies, then what do we need him for? What are we praying to him for? David, I don't know why you bring up David, because David is another example of a guy where if you was gonna know him by his works, why is he a good guy? Like he coveted thy neighbor's wife. Uh, he lied. He he got his friend killed. What how much more do he got to do? So if he's known by his works, why does he get to get blessed with the kingdom of God? But you can't tell me what people that's just being born right now, what were their works? What's bad in their spirit? How did this come to pass? You see these we're under the impression that these are one of the ideas, like for instance, when you come on and you say, when you speak on the government and the things that the government do to keep us ignorant, right? Like when you were saying that, legalese is deliberately confusing so that they could take advantage of people. You know what I'm saying? Christianity is another thing that we look at as a way to confuse the people. I mean, you do realize, Crusader, that the Bible is what was used to convince black people that being slaves was their place in life. Like how y'all saying that the judgment, that's how they got us to accept that our judgment in life was to be a slave, get whipped, you know, have the women raped. They used the Bible to convince us that that judgment was ours. Yeah, and read my verse too. My verse, 1 Corinthians 3:23. That's my verse right there. But this is definitely a time. Right now, I wouldn't advise anybody to, rely on any religious practices. I wouldn't advise anyone to rely on any religious practices as a solution for what's going on around us right now. Because the reality is, Crusader, and I'm not just talking about Christians. My point is that, none of these guys have ever saved anybody ever, except in the Bible, but we can't understand why this stuff can't happen now. You didn't know this stuff, Crusader? But see, this is what I'm saying. The Jewish people, guys, didn't save them when it was time for the Holocaust, or when the Romans rolled up on them. The Jewish guy didn't save them. When the Ottomans came, the Roman guys didn't save them. The Chinese guys ain't saved them from the Mongolians. The African guys ain't saved the Africans from slavery. The only salvation that's ever came to a people came for somebody who rose up from amongst them in their conditions. See, Crusader for God, let me ask you a question. Why do you think it had to be in the Constitution, right? A specific prohibition against church and state. I don't know if is what happened to Tots. Tots, you can answer that too, Tots. And trollphobic. That's not in the Bill of Rights. Separation of church and state. There's no constitutional thing that says the state shall make no law regarding the practice of religion. Crusader. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. Why did that have to be put in there? It was in reference to church power in Europe. Precisely. The church in the state is the same thing. That's just two different robes that they put on. Constantine was the head of the church, and he was the emperor of Rome. And right now, to this day, the King of England is the head of the Anglican Church. So all the same things, what I'm saying is all the same things that you protesting. You know, if you saying you protesting against the government, then there's no really separating that from the church. Because here's another question, Crusader. You know, when has imperialism, right? Colonialism, neo-colonialism, whatever it is, right? When has it not included religion? Like, when has that not been one of the very first steps to us conquering these people? Is that we introduce them to our concept of God and destroy their concept of it. Hmm. Yeah, so you're taking a long time. I guess you can't think of an instance where that's happened, Crusader. But Christianity has been a whole part of this process of how we got to here. I got one more question I'm gonna ask you. I got one more question I'm gonna ask you, right? Crusader. I'm gonna ask you one more question, Crusader. Have you ever heard of dumb diverses? DUMDIVERSAS. Dumb diverses. Yeah, see, Crusader, you said you don't have an answer for that. Well, look, this is a situation dealing with what's going on around us right now where we need answers about everything from when we can come out of our house without a mask on to when you're going to stop killing us for no reason. We need answers. So you said you never heard of dumb diverses. Dumb diverses is from 1453. In 1453, the Pope issued a decree that said that the Europeans that got this decree from him was allowed to go to Africa and enslave anyone there who was not a Christian. Dumb diverses. Yeah, that's it, process. Dumb diverses. So see, this is the Christianity that we know. You know, this stuff where, you know, neither Greek nor Jew, you know, when is this part gonna be lived out? You know, if you didn't want there to be a difference between neither Greek nor Jew, you know, you being God, of course, you know, why did you make a difference between Greek and Jew from the beginning? Like you already know we got a hard enough time with all the stuff we got to be judged on. Why give us another thing? Why pile on? And then in the end, you're gonna judge us. So you know, Crusader, do a little research on those things that I just asked you about. Do a little research on those things, and then you know when you come back, you know, we'll build on a little bit more. But yeah, we about to get out of here. You know what I'm saying? I don't wanna bump heads with Sunyez. You know, Sunyez, you know, Sunyez come on at 7 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? So everybody get a chance, take it easy, do whatever you gotta do. You know what I'm saying? And then check Sunyez out at 7 o'clock on Sunyez 7 right here on YouTube, on Facebook. He's on Facebook, but I don't know what his what's name is over there. But he'll be on from 7 to 10. What was my brother's name? Down south, Godbody. You know what I'm saying? You know, might be a good idea to check out Sunyez if you got any questions. You know, you can ask them over there. You know, everybody don't forget about well, at least the donors. Oh man. Y'all heard that, right? I just sneezed. I had to stay in the house, man. They may catch me outside with symptoms. So DeBart said Durham Diversus was established on June 18, 1452. So in fact, I was off by 1 year. It's 1452, not 1453. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So I'll be signing out right now. Everybody who made it this far with me, do the each one, teach one, hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? If you're new to the channel, subscribe. You know what I'm saying? Hit the notifications if you want to know when I'm coming on. But I'm going to be out for right now. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Tomorrow we probably, I can't even, I'll put some anticipation up there. But right now, I got to see how my schedule rolls. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, rest in peace to the brothers and sisters, man. That's, you know, been victims of this, you know, society that we living in right now. You know what I'm saying? Power to all the people that's out there. You know what I'm saying? That's, you know, trying to do something for freedom, justice, equality. Freedom, justice, and equality. You know what I'm saying? Peace to the gods and the earth. You know what I'm saying? Our new friends, our new Christian friends. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else who's listening in the background. Peace.